Feel free to come forward and pay your tribute.
The onset of our esteemed chief guest, our with these to kindly join us in writing the ceremonial line and marking the auspicious. I'll say.
That is a traditional thing that they do. We shouldn't thank that. మన పేరెంట్ ఇంకా మనం కోరుకోవాలి థ్యాంక్ యూ
Oh my goodness gracious me!
శిల్పి మ్యామ్ కదా. After this, I have to read everything about each one, and I would like to request.
Where is the information of you? Where is the information of Akka? If you want to, you can do it.
Where is the lab? 8 chairs are there. The last time I would close now. Right side. Last.
So worker.
Oh, I didn't know that. Time has we'll be calling to here and then next meeting and then plenary session. Next presentations, right? Presentation, they'll just after the 6 minutes they'll take over the chair and co-chairperson. I don't need to say anything, right? Like chair and co-chairperson. What about the sir was like you have to give them the souvenir. అందరికి కావాలి.
వీళ్ళగా
నాదేది షెడ్యూల్ అనేది ఉల్టా ఉంది జని చాలా కష్టమవుతుంది.
ఇగో ఇక్కడ
లాస్ట్లో కదా
వీళ్ళ
చూద్దాం గ్యాప్ ఇచ్చి చదువు కంటిన్యూస్గా Mine is not on.
It's on.
We request everyone to settle down, please.
Wait. Wait. Start. Time. 5 minutes more.
Sir, 5 minutes ఇంకా only. Should we start off? Should we start off?
The chief is
Yeah, that is true.
I think అంటే ఒకళ్ళు రావట్లేదు ఇంకా వాళ్ళందరూ.
చీఫ్ గెస్ట్
ఒకరు రావట్లేదు కదా, అదే చీఫ్ గెస్ట్ వస్తున్నారు.
అయ్యో వాళ్ళే రాలేదు బ్రో.
వినిపిస్తుంది. అయ్యో ఊగుతుంది. దిస్ ఫాల్స్ నో. లైవా? నేను అనుకున్నా బ్రో, నేను ప్రిపేర్
lighting the lamp. I thought it's I'll read it. ಈಗ నెక్స్ట్ నుంచి నేను సెషన్ నేను మళ్ళీ నువ్వే అనుకుంటాను.
ఫస్ట్ సెకండ్ ఇయర్స్ థర్డ్ మంత్ లంచ్ తర్వాత.
అరే మరి మొత్తం నీదే కదా బ్రో. నేను ఈడికి వస్తా ప్రెజెంటేషన్ పేపర్స్ నుంచి నువ్వు ఇది మొత్తం నీదే.
అవును, ఇక్కడ మధ్యలో ఇయర్స్ ఇస్తే
నో నథింగ్. అచ్చా
వాట్ యూ టాకింగ్ రైట్? అందరూ వచ్చేసారు.
వచ్చారా?
నాట్ నౌ. ఇప్పుడు చేయాలి. అసలు రాలి ఇంకా అందరూ రాలేదు. ఇప్పుడు స్టార్టింగ్ రైట్.
All are requested to keep their mobiles in silent mode, please. अच्छा ओके ओके
This we have to give it to Shilpi ma'am.
Yeah, that's she's supposed to get.
Okay.
We'll have, yeah,
We have already. We
Yeah.
have already that one.
No, we don't have, ma'am. We'll hand over to one of the ma'am who'll speak.
Okay, fine. ఏం రాయలే కదా పిటిషన్ అనవసరం కన్ఫ్యూజన్.
నేను ఇప్పుడు ఏడ పెట్టలే, నేను ఎక్కడ పెట్టలేను.
కట్నం తీసుకుని
ఉండని వస్తుందా లేదా చెక్ చేసుకున్నాను. కాన్సర్ అడుగు 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 ప్యారీ అడుగు. లేవు వాటర్ ఉన్నాయని అవి లేవు. అమ్మగం సార్ అమ్మగం సారా
warm welcome to everyone, our respected guests, honorable dignitaries, eminent speakers and audience. My name is Jennifer and this is Arpita on behalf of National Convention of Educators of the Deaf, NCED, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana chapter. We welcome all of you for 3 days international conference and the theme is Empowering Diverse Learners, Innovations, Collaborations and Inclusive Practices. We also take pride in sharing that our venue of hosting conferences in Hyderabad, the city of pearls, the capital of Telangana state, the largest city of Telangana, a well-known city of architectural masterpiece, a city of rich in culture and history. So we welcome you all for the lighting of lamp. Lighting the lamp is an art and a ritual and a discipline with which we announce the onset of our inaugural session, and I would like to kindly invite our esteemed chief guest, guest of honor, along with Dr. Meera Suresh, President NCED-INDIA, Ms. Shilpi Narang, General Secretary NCED-INDIA, Professor Patan Umar Khan Sir, Chairman NCED Andhra Pradesh and Telangana Chapter, Dr. D. Armugam Sir.
I would kindly request our chief guest, Dr. Suman Kumar, to kindly come on to the dais. I would also request our dear guest of honors, Dr. J. Lalita ma'am and Shri B. Srinivasa Rao sir, to come on to the dais for lighting the lamp. I would kindly request everyone on the dais to join the lighting the ceremonial lamp and marking the auspicious beginning of this event.
We request all the guests to light the lamp when praise song is sung. I would now request Shilpi ma'am to kindly address the audience with a welcome note.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, teachers and my dear friends. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the NCED convention and congratulate all on NCED completing 90 years this year. In its 90th year, I would first of all like to thank those people who initiated this process and formed NCED way back in 1935. NCED, which was started as a small group, has now grown into a strong body of special educators, teachers working in various special schools, institutions, normal schools, and oral rehabilitation across India. I also wish to thank herewith all the various members, office bearers, who in the last 90 years have carried forward the spirit and flame of NCED. I also hereby appeal to all the members of NCED to make this movement stronger in their respective institutions and districts. A special word of thanks to Mr. Khan of Helen Keller Institute and AYJ Hyderabad for organizing such a fantastic conference in its 90th special year in this beautiful city of Hyderabad. A special thanks to all the professors and teachers present here. We as students have been able to uplift ourselves just because of love, care, guidance and support of our teachers. Each of our teachers have been the motivation spirit for us in all respects, and I still learn from them every day. I, on behalf of the organizing committee of this conference of NCED, am indeed honored to welcome our dear Dr. Suman Kumar, Director AYJ NISHD Mumbai. For this, Sumanji, we are confident that special educators will flourish across the country in various institutions under the umbrella of the National Institute. I also welcome Dr. J. Lalita, Faculty of Education and Board of Studies in Special Education, Osmania University, Hyderabad. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us. This convention, where teachers and special educators have gathered together from across India and abroad, will offer a host of academic presentations, panel discussions and technical interactions. From this year, the various presentations papers shall be judged by all the participants through WhatsApp voting, making the judging more transparent. We also thank the Government of India for recognizing the importance of this group and making it mandatory for every normal school to also include a special educator to make it truly inclusive education. The members of NCED have been actively pursuing excellence and contributing to the development of special education in the field of hearing impairment. I am indeed honored to announce the various awards which have been instituted by NCED. We have the AC and MC Award for Best Theme Paper, Ravi Narang Award for the Most Innovative Paper, Dr. Prakash Gattu Award for Young Researcher, P. Kader Khan Award for the Best Innovative Paper, Shrimati Annpurna Award for Best Research Paper in Special Education, Shri Annpurna Award for Best Interdisciplinary Research Paper, All India Teachers Association for Deaf Award for Best Poster, Shrimati Saraswati Narayan Swami Award for Oral Early Intervention. All this success for NCED would not have been possible but for the NCED-INDIA team, which has worked tirelessly to bring NCED at this international platform. I would like a special applause for our current president, Dr. Meera Suresh. My two vice presidents, Sadhna Sapre and Lata Nayak, ma'am. Ma'am, could you just stand so that everybody knows who the NCED India team is? My partner in crime and special, my joint secretary, Dr. Gayatri Ahuja. My assistant secretaries, Poonam Matre and Dr. Anil Pariste could not join us. And a young, pretty treasurer, Sheetal Sawant. And of course, the previous team which was led by my past president, Dr. Shubhda Burde ma'am. I now invite and welcome my president, Dr. Meera Suresh, to address this audience. Thank you. I hope you enjoy these 3 days. We try to make this conference as interactive. We try to present papers. We try to organize workshops so that you learn and take something back home. Dr. Meera.
Good morning. Respected Chief Guest of the NCED Conference, Dr. Suman Kumar, Director AYJ NSG, Bombay. Guest of Honor and Special Guest, Dr. Lalita, Faculty of Education, IASE, Osmania University, Hyderabad, and Shri D. Srinivasa Rao, Assistant Director, AYJ, NISHD, SRC, other dignitaries on and off the dais, committee members of NCED India and AP and Telangana chapter, teachers of the deaf, interpreters and friends. It gives me a great pleasure to stand before you today as the President of NCED India. The NCED International Conference aims at bringing together stalwarts in the field of the deaf from all over the world so that they can share their expertise with us. We also have many participants presenting papers on various topics related to deaf education. We look forward to an eventful, interesting exchange of information and ideas during the next 3 days. NCED India is completed 90th year and entering the 91st year. Teachers of the deaf across India have become members of this huge organization. We have 12 chapters in the various states. Every year, annual conferences are held by one or two of the chapters. We ensure whole of India is covered by going in 4 different directions each year, in the north, east, south and west in rotation. This gives an opportunity to the teachers of the surrounding states to get involved if they are not able to attend the state conferences in other states. It is an excellent opportunity to get to know what is happening in deaf education in various parts of the country. To wind up, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome and thank all of you who are here today. We look forward to a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. Now we have Chief Guest Dr. Suman in our midst. Dr. Suman serves as a director of Aliawa Jung International National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disabilities from Divyangjan. He is an alumnus of All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Aish, Mysore. He made a nationwide initiative promoting cleanliness and behavioral change. Now I would like to request Dr. Suman sir to speak a few lines.
Good morning, one and all. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, esteemed colleague, distinguished guests, and dear participants. As we gather here today, I am reminded of the word of Helen Keller, who said blindness separates people from things, deafness separates people from people. Her profound insight emphasizes the importance of connection, communication, and understanding, all of which form the bedrock of our mission in deaf education. It is both a profound honor and a privilege to stand before you today at the inaugural function of the National Convention of Educators of the Deaf, India International Conference 2025. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to organizer for inviting me to be a part of this prestigious event. I warmly welcome all of you to this remarkable gathering of minds dedicated to shaping the future of education in our country and beyond. Indeed, this is the second time I was invited, but I could not make it last time and I apologize for the last year absence. Education has always been the cornerstone of societal progress and individual empowerment. It equips individuals with tools to innovate, create, and lead with purpose. However, for education to truly empower a nation, it must be inclusive, accessible to every citizen, including those who are deaf or hard of hearing. The role of education in the empowerment of deaf community cannot be overstated. It opens door to opportunities that allow individuals to contribute meaningfully to society, achieve financial independence, and realize their full potential. For the nation, empowering the deaf through education is not merely an act of equality, it is an investment in the untapped potential of millions. By ensuring accessible education for the deaf, we are nurturing a generation of individuals who can bring unique perspective, talents, and innovation to our collective progress. The theme of NCED 2025, that is empowering diverse learner, innovation, collaborations, and inclusive practices, is both timely and critical. It resonates deeply with the missions to create an education system where every learner, regardless of ability, finds their place and thrives. In a world undergoing unprecedented transformation, our responses in the education sector must be thoughtful, dynamic, and inclusive. Today, we find ourselves in interconnected world shaped by technology, social transformation, and global cooperation. This evolving landscape of learning compels us to reflect on the kind of education we wish to provide, one that is inclusive, equitable, and accessible to all. We must ensure that no one is left behind, particularly those from marginalized communities, rural areas, and disadvantaged backgrounds. Every child, regardless of circumstances, deserves access to quality education. For the deaf community, this includes creating environment where sign language is recognized and promoted, where assistive technology are seamlessly integrated, and where educators are trained to address the unique needs of the deaf learner. It means fostering a sense of belongingness and inclusion both within educational system and society at large. This conference offers a unique platform for scholars, educators, policymakers, and thought leaders to convene and share insight, ideas, and innovation. Together, we have the opportunity to collaborate on best practice, learn from one another experience, and explore strategies to address some of the most pressing challenges in the education today. As we embark on these discussions, I urge you to keep in mind the following core principles that I believe are essential to build a more resilient and effective educational system, that is inclusivity, innovation, sustainability, collaboration, and equity. Let this conference be a space for intellectual exchange. Let it be a call to action Together we can create a future where education is not merely a privilege but a universal right. For the deaf community, this means a future where their voices are heard, their contributions are valued, and their potential is fully realized. By empowering the deaf, we empower the nation. I wish you all in enriching and insightful experience at NCD 2025. May the idea and solution shared here illuminate the path towards a brighter, more inclusive and sustainable future for education. Thank you, and I look forward for exciting discussion ahead. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We have Dr. J. Lalita, ma'am. We are here with us. Dr. J. Lalita is an esteemed assistant professor in the Department of Education at Osmania University, Hyderabad. She holds a PhD in education and has over 2 decades of experience as a teacher-educator. I would like to kindly request Lalita, ma'am, to speak a few encouragement lines, please.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and all the participants and the expertise from the field of education. It is my privilege to be along with you and among with you today on this occasion of 3 days international conference, which is being organized by NCED and in collaboration with the Helen Keller Institute of Research and Rehabilitation for the Disabled Children. I'm truly humbled to speak these few encouraging words to you, and I acknowledge the earlier speakers which have really given us a wonderful opening for the platform of this particular conference, where we are going to do a lot of work in relation to the children who needs to be included, and the teachers to include are to be empowered in this conference. So I'm really happy to see the kind of policy perspectives that are coming up, and I would like to refer New Policy on Education 2020, which talks about the inclusion and equity, which is the pillars, 2 strong pillars of the new policy, which encourage all these aspects. And as Sir has rightly pointed out, the ISL standardization process that is happening along with NCERT and the organization that is ISL RTC, which is promoting the the video material already which is existing with us. So all the teachers who are with us, the special educators, need to empower themselves with the new strategies, and we have to shape a strategic roadmap to include all the children who needs our encouragement, needs our the passion to bring them up onto the field of inclusion. And the mindset is the most important thing for us teachers. We are always learners, and we have to learn, and we have to innovate as per the requirement of the children. So in this context, I congratulate and thank the organizers for creating this kind of wonderful platform, and I congratulate once again all the participants who are going to bring a lot of awareness and information, and bringing more things for all of us to share, not just for the Divyangs but also to the general education field. So thank you very much, and I congratulate and give you my best wishes to make this platform a wonderful place for sharing and taking these key takeaways for your children in your field. Thank you.
Thank you for your encouragement lines, ma'am. Now we would like to welcome all of the chief guests and guest of honors here. I would like to request Armugam sir to Khan sir to facilitate Dr. Suman. Sir, with the souvenir. We're honored to have you, Lalita ma'am, here. Welcome, Srinivas, sir. I would request Dr. Nageshwar Rao to come on to the dais. Assistant Professor Nageshwar Rao, sir, please come on to the dais. So please take your seat.
Good
All the
morning. Can you hear me?
Sit. We request all the delegates to.
Where are the interpreters?
We have a first plenary session online. Thank you, Jennifer. What happened to you? I would request Umar Khan sir to give a thank you note.
Okay, so I will be sharing this.
Sorry,
I
I
will
don't
share
want
it
it. I
after.
don't want it to take much of the time. Thank you
You
very
tell me.
much. So
Is
let
that
us
okay?
see the conference started.
Should I leave this on or how do you want? Go ahead,
Ma'am.
for what? Should
Ma'am,
I
we can
share
start
now
this
or
session.
will
Sangeeta ma'am,
you-
just
should I
give-
share later?
Sure, ma'am. Sangeeta ma'am, just give us a minute. We would like to introduce you. Now we have a plenary session online on the topic of changing as dimensions of all human communication, implications for going beyond the great divide in deaf education. By Professor Bhaga Gupta Sangeeta is a full professor in education with a multidisciplinary background. She established the research environment CCD, that is Communication, Cultural and Diversity at Örebro University, Sweden. Sangeeta ma'am, you can continue. You can take over. Ma'am, can you hear us? Ma'am, can you You can
can't see
unmute
myself,
yourself.
But I guess you can see me and
Yes, ma'am.
can someone just let me know that you can see my presentation?
Yes, ma'am, you're visible with your presentation. Yes, ma'am, you can please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, good morning. A very early good morning for you. From my end of the planet, it is 6 a.m. and very dark and very cold from where I am talking to you. This is the third NCED conference I am participating in, and there is a 3 keynotes I have, to the 2 earlier keynotes I have delivered. But I will try and make this all-encompassing for those of you who have not heard me earlier on. So the title I chose is related to the theme of this year's NCED conference, Empowering Diverse Learners, Innovations, Collaborations and Inclusive Practices. So I'm going to actually focus on practices, what human beings do when we communicate with one another. My title, Chaining, and I don't know if the interpreters are seeing this. This is the sign for chaining in Swedish Sign Language, but also in American Sign Language. So I'm going to be talking about chaining as a dimension of a third position in deaf education, and chaining as a dimension of all human communication. So what are the implications of that for the teaching and learning in classrooms, in all classrooms, for hearing children, for deaf and hearing children? Okay, I have jumped. Fred Hoyle was a philosopher and an astrophysicist. At the end of what we recognize as the Second World War, which shook up Europe particularly, but also the Allied powers and the colonial nation states across the globe that were connected to European nation states, Fred Hoyle said that once a photograph of the Earth taken from the outside is available, a new idea as powerful as any in history will be let loose. I'm going to be using a photograph of the Earth as a very important metaphor for the third perspective or a third position. And this is what you and I are looking at. We are looking at the Earth not situated on the planet, but from the outside. And this is a metaphor for a third position. So I want you to keep that with you as you listen to me. Here is a picture of what we meet on a daily basis, either on a train or in people's homes or at our dinner tables or at the airport. People are together, but they are connected to a device in their hands. So they are together, but not together. If something unusual happens in such an environment and one person reacts suddenly, the group of people who are focused on their iPhones or Samsungs or Androids would not continue to focus on those. There would be a shift in the actions, in the practices of these people. This has been described by Paul McLevney in terms of cascading. Without the use of spoken or signed or written communication, when human beings are in a group, gaze directionality gets communicated and we communicate with one another. This is cascading. This is how human beings behave. So our gaze on our smartphones moves from the smartphones to what this human being suddenly is reacting to. So we react, that is cascading. If the lights in the auditorium suddenly went off, or if someone in the middle of the auditorium suddenly got up and moved their hands up, most seeing people would react, cascading. Here is a second example. A mother and a baby are looking at a flower, and the mother does something as simple as pointing, and the baby's gaze turns to where the mother is pointing. The mother could say flower if the community of practices uses English, could say a pool if the community of practices uses Hindi, could say blomma if the community of practices uses Swedish, and could say
flower, flower,
could say flower and sign flower in ASL if the community of practices are hearing people who are committed to baby sign language. Isn't it an irony that hearing parents in the US, in Sweden, encourage hearing children and babies to learn signing, whereas in the education of deaf children, some of us believe that signing is detrimental to language. What I have shown you through these two examples is the chaining of pointing, of eye gaze, and some kind of a sign, either an oral sign or a hand sign. Flower, those are signs. So the pointing to the flower and the gaze directionality is something that human beings do, irrespective of whether they are hearing or whether they are deaf. What I have done is to introduce a meta-language, a language to talk about human communication. So far, in the mainstream understanding of human communication, the existing meta-language points to a language centrism. We focus on orality or on written language, and we do not privilege the pointing, the cascading, our eye, the gaze directionality. And this is, I am talking about human beings who are sighted, who use vision. There is a very strong monolingual bias in the existing meta-language. Oh, I'm sorry, I do not know what is happening. So the monolingual bias pertains to that we think that human beings, particularly in Europe, we think that human beings are monolingual. So if a person speaks Swedish, that the person's brain is not going to be able to deal with English or with French or with Hindi or with any other language. And then there is an element in this meta-language that is oral language based. And this means that we privilege oral language in human communication. So I am very sorry, I do not know what has happened to this. There is some setup, Microsoft cleaning taking place. The new meta-language, or the language that pertains to human communication, has another set of terms. Chaining is one of them. Visual orientation is another. Deaf hearing communities is yet another part of this meta-language, and I will come back to you. Those of us who are participating in this conference are both deaf and hearing people. We do not live isolated lives apart from one another. deaf children are born into hearing families. Hearing adults have deaf children and siblings. Hearing adults have deaf parents. Professionals working with deaf children are hearing. These constitutes a deaf hearing community. So, coming to the positions, if a third position has to be grappled with, we need to understand what the first and the second positions are. And I am going to use the metaphors of the cosmos to bring this home to us. Remember, I told you a third position requires that we move away from the planet. That is a metaphor. We together, whether we are committed to position 1 or position 2, we need to move, all of us. So I am taking sunrise as position 1 and moonrise as position 2. These are phenomena that all of us can experience with both our feet planted on the planet. And a lot has been written about this past 10 years. So if anyone is interested, I'd be happy to share references. Earthrise, a phenomena that human beings documented on the 24th of December 1968, is something that we, you and I, can participate in. We can experience it through the pictures that other human beings took. We have never left the planet, so this is a metaphor. And to experience this, we have to experience what human beings who left the planet could do. So Earthrise, or a third position, requires all of us to move, and that is something important. So I have now just presented some introductory illustrations and introduced the complexity of human communication as going beyond our ideas of what human communication are, the existing meta-language. In the second part of my talk, I will focus briefly on deaf education and how deaf education is very dichotomized. I know that all of you are aware of this, but I will very briefly walk us through this. And I will also show you the very unique ways in which deaf education is organized in Sweden across time. In the third part, I will talk briefly about the nature of science itself, and I will present a whole bunch of illustrations, again, on human communication, to point to the dichotomy and how powerful it is in deaf education, and what assumptions that lie in these two, the dichotomized state of deaf education, to help us go beyond that to a third position. And finally, in the fourth part of my talk, I will present some implications for teaching learning for deaf, but also for hearing people. And these together then form a very important democratic participation as point of departure for what in Europe is an equitable one school for all, where language, identity, and learning are seen together. So in the second part of my talk on deaf education, I borrow an important quote from a colleague and a friend of mine, Katrin Jankowski, the earlier principal of the Clerk-Laureate School for the Deaf, and for people in a school that lies on the campus of Gallaudet University, where I did my postdoc 25 years ago. So Catherine, in her PhD from 1997, Catherine is herself deaf, and in her PhD she says, while for most people school is primarily a place to secure an education, for deaf people school means much more. For many deaf people, school is where they meet other deaf people, often for the first time. At school, they develop socialization patterns and friendships that frequently last throughout their lifetimes. There, they may meet their spouses, acquire a language that accommodates their visual orientation, a term that is part of the new meta-language. and become a part of a culture that extends beyond the school years. And this is important to understand the importance of schooling in the lives of deaf people. That is different from schooling in the lives of hearing people. So this dichotomy can be conceptualized very easily in terms of a focus on the ears, so hearingness, and a focus on the hands, signingness. So this is a dichotomy that has seen a dominance across time. And of course, the hearingness has seen a much larger, much stronger dichotomy. But that is getting dissolved. Sweden, this great divide is fascinating because despite following the international trends of compensatory oral language education, and then in the 70s, sign linguistics that comes up, and then now we are back with the new handicap discourse. Despite that, the schools for the deaf, and we have 5 schools for the deaf in Sweden, they have always been segregated. And that's important. Important is also that during the 1800s and up to the 1960s, while deaf children were taught in an oral modality in these schools, only religion was taught in the signing modality. And one of my first PhD students, Lars-Åke Domfors, when he presented his PhD in 2000, he points out that religion was seen by teachers and by the priest as something really important, and that's something that had to be communicated. And that is why even in the oral school, signing was used. So in a third position, you do not have this dichotomy. A third position builds very strongly on a social-cultural, a decolonial, and ethnographic interest. So scholars study what human beings do when deaf and hearing people are together, or when only deaf people are together, or when only hearing people are together. So that is why this focus on deaf-hearing worlds. So positions 1 and 2 focus needs. So the needs of a deaf child in terms of that they need to hear, they need to train their oral language, or they need to train their signing. So language is seen through this great divide. And teaching methods, you recognize them, the oral method, the sign bilingual method, the Rochester method, and others. And the school models that exist are the segregated or the integrated, or like in Norway, where you have both. So children participate in a segregated school and in an integrated or a mainstream school. Both these positions are normed. They follow very different philosophies and they have very different school models. There is a boundary marking. So someone is deaf and someone is hearing. You cannot be part of both, it is recognized. So the deaf world is seen as being different from the hearing world, but as I argue, that is a myth, because we collaborate, we are born into one another's families, so there isn't this isolated island where only deaf people or only hearing people live. In Sweden, as I have pointed out, we have a one model which dominates at any one particular phase, but there has always been segregation until recently, most of the time. Okay, so now from deaf education, we move our focus to the nature of science in the first part of the third section of my talk. The point that I have tried to illustrate and talk about so far is that we, both we as scholars, but also we as professionals, we inherit an ideology. And that is different from doing research. That is different from relearning, from rethinking. And that is what a third position allows us to do, to understand that research implies thinking again. Another part of understanding science is understanding the logics of the professional field, the institutional field of education, versus research logics. Research logics are not ideologically or should not be ideologically pushed. Institutional logics must follow different laws and regulations. They must follow the fact, for instance, that 6-month-old babies do not start schools. In Sweden, you have to be 6 years old before you come into kindergarten, before you start schooling. You have to be 7 years old before you enter grade 1 or during the year you become 7 years old. Those are institutional logics. Research logics would then say, yeah, but in the UK, children start schools when they are 5 years old. So how can we understand that Sweden has this institutional logic? So you don't just accept institutional logics, you try and work, you try and think, you do research. So research as an activity needs to be understood as an activity in its own right, and that is what a third position hammers into you. Multidisciplinary work as activity needs to be understood, and this is what we can see in what science is all about. So taking that as a point of departure, positions 1 and 2 understand knowledge in terms of a noun as something that exists and that can be given to children or can be taught to other adults. Language is understood as a noun, as something that exists and that can be given. So in a similar way, inclusion or democracy or a one school for all is seen as something that is existent and that we can approach. So a method and a model then becomes understandably something that gets focused. But unfortunately, there is an instrumental solution-based method or model that gets recognized in positions 1 and 2. In contrast, in position 3, or a third position, or an earthrise position, knowledge is understood in terms of a verb, in terms of processes, in terms of practices, things that cannot be known beforehand, which is why we see concepts like languaging. This was a concept that the NCED conference in Indore focused on. Languaging is communicate what human beings do. It is the cascading, it is the pointing, it is our eye gaze, it is the oral language, it is the mouthing, it is the finger spelling, it is the signing. It is all of this complexity together. And it is the micro processes everywhere that need attention from a third position. So here our membership in communities of practices are privileged, understanding that babies or children learn in the communities of practices that we as adults allow them to participate in. So hearing children of hearing adults who are given a push start in their communication, in their knowledging, when they learn baby signs, is because they become members of communities of practices. And in a third position, there is recognition of complexity. So the nature of science then allows us to understand knowledge regimes are very different in positions 1 and 2 as compared to position 3. There is much more of a natural science hegemony in positions 1 and 2. There is something that is known, and there is a global north hegemony in positions 1 and 2. Okay, a little bit more about these positions. Position 1 or ought to build this principle of sameness. So all human beings are same, for instance, in Sweden, and there is a very strong monolingual base. Everyone has to speak Swedish. Everyone except deaf people. Everyone has to speak Swedish. That is the national language. We are all same. This builds, for instance, on gender equity. So men and women are the same, they must have the same pay if they are doing the same. You see this in different areas of science. And that is why integration or inclusion is something we need. Position 2 builds on the principle of difference. Black people and white people are different. They need to be treated differently. We have seen that in history, we see that even now. That is why bilingualism is important. It is a child's mother tongue that is important, because the principle of difference calls for that. In deaf education, we have segregation. There is special treatment for deaf children because they have a different language. They, not we, but they. What I'm trying to show you, that the logic here is norms steered. One is oralism and the other is signed bilingualism. Both positions are prescriptive ideological. A third position pushes very strongly for the fact that human beings are languaging creatures. They are action-oriented. They participate in practices. So the research focus here is on what works. How do people make meaning when they are together? How do they create meaning? How do they understand one another? That is what is the focus in research. This is not prescriptive ideologically pushed. The agenda here is analytical and descriptive, not prescriptive, not prescribing, but describing, which is, if you think of the two illustrations I had in the beginning, that is what they were trying to do. And then there is this big difference. So in position 1 and 2, identifying the most superior model of method to structure learning in all school subjects is important. Implementing that method or that model is what schools are tasked to do. And the underlying assumption equates the label of that communicative model with the practices in that model. So the label of the model is seen as what human beings do. Very few scholars, very few teachers go and study the communicative practices in themselves. From the third position, which is analytically descriptive, the focus becomes studying and analyzing the mundane nature of everyday human communication. And so questions like, what is known about communication in educational settings? What does languaging look like in any given model? When and how and together with whom and why are different modalities and languages used inside and outside classroom settings? What are the central assumptions regarding language, communication, learning, development in any given educational model? So these become very different from what are the assumptions in position 1 and 2. So in this part of my talk, I will walk you through some mundane languaging human communication practices from settings inside and outside schools. And a whole lot of them have already been discussed in the published scholarship. So this is a classroom setting where assistant has taken a child, Ella. So the resource person has pulled Ella out of her Swedish classroom, a mainstream classroom, taken her into a small room and is doing something with Ella. And we are going to see what is happening. So this is Ella, a child with a cochlear implant, and this is the resource person.
Emily känner sig onyttig. Där hon går omkring. Med armen in i tällan. Hon sover dåligt om nätterna. När hon vänder sig om
Okay, so we see an adult who is actually taking away the possibility for a deaf child to lip read. So the focus is on the ear. So this is position 1. This is an adult signing to a child. The child is hearing, the adult is deaf, and the adult is the mother of the child. And I'm not going to walk you through this because this is in Swedish, but I am going to break it up for you in using the English term. Så delaktighet can be translated to participation. So the child in an essay has written the wrong suffix. Instead of E, the child has written A. So that is what the adult is focusing on. So the adult signs participation, T-I-O-N, and then shakes the head and says participate, A. I'm now mixing American Sign Language and Swedish Sign Language, so I apologize for that. A, which is not the correct suffix, and then spells out the entire term participation in fingerspelling. Looks down at the paper, looks up at the child, and again signs participate, and then T-I-O-N, the suffix, focusing on that. And then writes on the paper, participate, near the incorrectly spelled term. This is chaining in a visually oriented setting. The adult is not a teacher, the adult just happens to be deaf. Here is an artifact from an Indian setting. You recognize that. Chaining also takes place in the written modality. So you have transliteration of the term taza, which means fresh in English, into the Latin script. But you also have transliteration of English terms into the Devanagari script. So homogenized, toned, gets transliterated on the same packet on the other side into the Devanagari script. But you also have the term milk, not translated. It gets transliterated, it gets translated into doodh. So the English term milk gets translated into doodh, but the English terms homogenized tone get transliterated. You also have pictures augmenting the message that this brand is trying to sell. So this is training in the written modality. You have pictures, you have icons, you have the normal communication of bilingualism and two scripts. This is done ad hoc, just like human meaning making is ad hoc. It is not, it does not follow very strict lines. Here is another written board. If you look at it as a language teacher, you would not give it full marks, you would actually cut marks. No parking, varna, comma, puncture. It does not make sense to a language teacher. But if you look at the street behind this signage, you see that there are no cars parked, no vehicles parked, which means that in the meaning making of human beings, this makes sense. So if you look at this, there is 3 terms, 3 signs that are in English that have been transliterated into Devanagari, and there is 1 in Hindi that is not transliterated. I will skip this for because of time constraints, but here is a bigger sequence of how human beings in rural areas also participate in chaining. But like I said, a lot of these examples are there out published, and I will be happy to share them with you. Okay, wrapping up, what I have done is to question how deaf education has been organized and conceptualized. Are we lost in the woods, one needs to ask? Access to what language and what identity are we giving children in education? In segregated settings where signing is honored, and in mainstream settings where oral language is honored, we are not paying attention to human communication. Transcending binaries, I have offered a new meta language that a number of scholars are contributing to. Languaging, chaining, visual orientation, a third position, deaf hearing worlds. And as over 2 decades ago, Lila Mohagan and colleagues edited this very unique book called Many Ways to Be Deaf. We are not recognizing these many ways. In the organization of schools, what implications are there from a third position? This can be described in terms of an inverted inclusion. Hearing and deaf children together, where visual orientation and chaining is privileged. Hearing children are capable of learning signing. Deaf children cannot do one thing, and that is hear. And we are across time focusing on what they cannot do. What they can do is to participate in human meaning making and communication. LT offers us the term teaching genres. Chaining is such a teaching genre. Sitting in a visually oriented setting is something that is privileged at the university level in Sweden. So in our classrooms, all hearing students sit in a U shape because then we can see one another and we can dialogue with one another. This is an important teaching genre principle. So understanding this new meta language can allow us to leave the shackles of positions 1 and 2. CSR is something you are familiar with. We have used CSR to create courses called Academic Social Responsibility. Based on that, I would offer you the term Professional Social Responsibility as the way ahead in deaf education, where all those committed to position 1 and position 2 can make ideological truths visible for themselves and for others, make human communication complexities visible, focus on normal languaging that functions to create meaning. Remember the mother and the baby pointing to a flower? That kind of normal languaging, where gaze, where pointing, where oral talk, where signing is part of human meaning making. Focus on the normal diversity of the deaf hearing worlds. So a third position allows us to demystify the complexity of being human beings. I have taken a composite, a normal person who can be a migrant, a woman, short, sits on a wheelchair, has a deaf daughter. Who is this person? This is not a one identity positionality. This is a normal positionality. This needs to be seen in research that is not monodisciplinary and that is not only research. We need to see multi-sectorial cooperation, and such projects are I have invested in, both in research but also in think tanks. For instance, the Do It, the Participation and the Inclusion think tank. They are aspects of what a third position allows us to do. Finally, in my final slide, I want to draw attention to how civil rights have been seen, how satyagraha in the Indian landscape has emerged as a very important concept globally, how the fight against apartheid has also become something that is seen globally, how Black Lives Matter have gone global. Perhaps it is time for us to recognize that the dichotomy in deaf education and in the research in deaf education has not allowed us to make salient the fact that lives also matter. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am. That was really acknowledging session. Now we have a questionnaire. I would kindly request Dr. Meera Suresh ma'am and Ms. Lata Nayak to come on to the dais. A chair and a co-chair.
I request all the dignitaries, those, Dr. Suman, Srinivas, and Madam, Lalita
I'm
Madam,
not sure
please
what is
come on the
happening.
dais. We have Souvenir releasing ceremony.
I jumped over one example. I could go back to that. The reason I took up that example was because in the scholarship, there is evidence in Eurocentricship on multilingualism. There is evidence, or the argument is being made, that multilingualism is something that happens in urban settings. The data that I had from that particular
If any doubts to the audience?
Dr. Bhagavad
normal languaging episode built on data from a rural setting in Rajasthan, India. But I will wait. I can see that the NCED someone's going to come on.
Dr. Bhagagupta ma'am, thank you so much for coming here today and giving us such a wonderful presentation. It was very clear and we were able to really understand what you were talking about and what you mean. Does somebody have any question? Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Sangeeta.
I can't hear you.
I can't.
There is a very bad echo, so if I have to hear someone, it has to be with a mic.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Zoom.
Can you hear me now? Ma'am, Bhagagupta ma'am, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Good to see you.
We would like to request our guests to take their seat on the dais. Now we have a souvenir release. Can we clap a bit louder? Thank you to our esteemed speakers. We will now have a short tea break. Please be back by 11:30 a.m. Before that, we have a vote of thanks. Kindly stick to your seats for some time.
On behalf of NCED, AP and Telangana, so we are really very much thankful to the NCED-INDIA for having given this opportunity to organize this program here with your support, madam. We should be thankful to you, all the members of NCED-INDIA. And particularly, I should be thankful to the people, those who have responded well and making this program very grand success. So please, after the tea break, please join back.
It's a request to kindly be back by 11:30 after your tea break. And also, I would like to request to the presenters to be ready by 11:30 a.m. sharp. I would like to request Ms. Aparna Tiwari and Mr. Ravi Kakar and Ms. A. Sharmila and Dr. R. Shanti and Shubha Burde and Shobha Nakre, Mr. B. Nageshwar Rao, S.N. Hamsa Priya, all these presenters to be ready by 11:30 a.m. sharp. like to request everyone to settle down, please, as soon as possible. I would like to request presenters also to be ready with your presentations.
Excuse me, your attention please. Can we have you all settle down? Please take your seats. I have an announcement to make. I want your attention on this announcement because you have a role to play. Can we all settle down? Please sit down and take your seats. Now, what we are going to try this year is a poll which will decide on the awards. So, audience have a role to play. After each presentation, a poll will come on the WhatsApp group where you are all members. You will be asked to vote on questions in the poll, where there will be 3 marks for one question, 2 marks and 1 mark. So please click on the mark that you think the presenter deserves. Once you click, there are 5 questions. Once you click on the mark, you are given 1 minute to finish answering all the 5 questions. After that, we have deputed a team which will take a screenshot of the final poll, and the poll will be deleted. You cannot vote after 1 minute. So please be alert and vote for your choice on the mark you think the presenter deserves. This will bring a transparency into the presentation. And this screenshots will be sent to a committee which is going to compare. We have different groups of judging. We have a research team which is going to judge when they have submitted their papers for presentation. We have a chairperson who is going to judge. We have the audience poll, and we also have a judge sitting and watching you present your paper. So all the 4 categories will decide on the awards. So please be alert. If you have not voted within that 1 minute, your vote goes. You don't get to vote for that particular presentation. It moves on. You will get a chance in the next presentation. So don't get perturbed, but keep your phones handy. All of you are members of the WhatsApp group, because I've seen the committee adding new people as and when you have registered. So in case there is anybody who is not a member, please raise your hand. Come, Andhra Pradesh team, can you have a look into this? He's not a member. Please check and add them into the group. Mr. Arbugam, sir, Dr. Arbugam? Yeah, can you please talk to Dr. Arbugam and make sure your number is added to the group? Yeah, please.
अभी सब लोगों को समझ में आया कि क्या करना है? मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है. मैं एक बारी हिंदी में बता देती हूँ कि हम लोगों को फीडबैक आया था कि हम लोग की जजमेंट थोड़ी फेयर नहीं है. सो टू बी वेरी ट्रांसपेरेंट, from this year we have started that all the people in the audience, that they will also be judging, and it is going to be absolutely transparent. ये हम लोग करेंगे WhatsApp पोल के द्वारा. इसमें बहुत सिंपल चीज़ है. आप लोग सब उस ग्रुप के हिस्सा हैं जो ये हैदराबाद पार्टिसिपेंट ग्रुप है. हाँ या ना? अभी जैसे डॉक्टर मीरा सुरेश ने बोला, जो नहीं है उस ग्रुप का हिस्सा, प्लीज़ अभी डॉक्टर अरुमुगम से संपर्क करिए जिससे कि आपका नंबर ऐड हो जाए, ठीक है? उसमें हर पेपर के लिए आपके पास मैसेज आएगा जिस पे आपको पोल करना है। बहुत अच्छा अगर आपको लगता है प्रेजेंटेशन तो 5 पे क्लिक करिएगा। आपको कुछ लिखना नहीं है, सिर्फ क्लिक करना है। अगर आपको मीडियम लगा तो 3 या उससे कम लगा तो 1 या 2 नंबर, ठीक है? तो इससे क्या होगा, और आपको सिर्फ 1 मिनट दिया जाएगा। समझ में आ गया? बहुत सिंपल चीज़ है जो हमने ये किया है इस बारी, ठीक है? तो प्लीज़ ऑडियंस पोल के लिए हमसे कोऑपरेट करिए एंड वी आर होपिंग कि वो एक सेकेंड, जो मार्क्स हैं उसमें 3, 2 और 1 दिया है। बहुत अच्छा तो 3, मीडियम तो 2, अगर ठीक ठीक तो 1, ठीक है? प्लीज़ अपने वोट वेस्ट मत करिएगा प्लीज़, ठीक है? वी वुड लाइक कि सब लोग इसमें हिस्सा लें और हमको हेल्प करें टू जज द पेपर जो प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं। हमने इसमें किसी का नाम नहीं लिखा है जिससे कि ये और भी नॉन बायस्ड जजमेंट हो, ठीक है? थैंक यू।
Thank you, ma'am. I hope the instructions are clear for everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed your break. We now move on to the next exciting segment of our program, the presentation of research papers. In this session, we will be hearing from our distinguished presenters who will share their valuable research on various important topics in the field of education and communication. Each paper reflects the dedication and hard work that has gone into exploring these critical areas. Let us now begin with the first presentation. The first presentation is on the topic, Innovations in Special Education, Teaching Methods and Technologies that Enhance Learning for Students with Disabilities, led by Ms. Aparna Tiwari and Mr. Shreyansh Mishra. I would like to welcome them. And also, I would like to invite Chair Dr. Meera Suresh ma'am and also the co-chair Ms. Lata Nayak ma'am onto the dais. I'm sorry, there was a mistake, there was a misunderstanding. I would request Ms. Shilpi ma'am and Dr. D. Sunita ma'am and Dr. K. Sridevi ma'am to take your seat.
I request all the research paper presenters to finish on time as we are running short of time.
Each presenter will be given only 10 minutes. Make sure that you finish it by 10 minutes. I would request Ms. Aparna ma'am and Mr. Shreyansh sir to present your paper. The next research paper is by Ms. A. Sharmila ma'am and Dr. R. Shanti ma'am. I would request them to be ready, please.
I request the second presenter to present as first presenter is not available.
The second presentation is on the topic Advancing Verbal Communication Skills in Children with Hearing Impairment through Collaborative Practices, led by Ms. A. Sharmila ma'am and Dr. R. Shanti ma'am.
Although it's fine, nobody's ready. You have to keep moving, wasting time. Raise an express and talk. She is the presenter. Who's the presenter? She'll. Okay, then start. You start.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself Sharmila from Avinash Lingam University, Coimbatore. Here my topic is advancing verbal communication skills in children with hearing impairment through the collaborative practices. So according to Gennady V. Oster, I hear, I forget, I see, I learn, I do, I understand. So through experience only, the children with hearing impairment and all the other disabilities can learn. So the introduction part is people are aware of our normal sounds, signals, voice, language and so on. So for children with hearing impairment, they are not aware about those sounds, signals, voice and language and so on. Hearing plays the very important and crucial role in speech acquisition. Speech is an instrument for interaction, personal, heuristic, finding out, imaginative needs. Then the major challenges faced by the children with hearing impairment are language, speech, communication, auditory perceptual skill, visual perceptual skill, memory, grasping aspect, abstract, understanding abstract concept, higher level thinking. So the need of these studies, speech and language are tools for communication. Speech, language and communication are important for our daily life. Due to time constraints, the special educators and the normal teachers are not able to focus on speech, language and communication. Because of increased class sizes, the teacher or have less time to dedicate their individual speech, language and communication development. Intervention programs for communication development are not consistently implemented. Through this, the objectives for the study is to know the current level of verbal communication skills in children with hearing impairment, to develop an intervention package to enhance their verbal communication skills, to evaluate the effectiveness of the intervention package in improving the communication skills, to analyze the impact of the intervention on verbal communication with respect to individual characteristics such as age, gender, type of hearing loss and severity of hearing loss. So the hypothesis, in my university we mostly follow the null hypothesis. There is no significant difference in verbal communication skills before and after the intervention package using the collaborative practices. There is no significant difference in developing verbal communication before and after the intervention package using collaborative practices with respect to various modes. The modes are oral mode, written mode and sign language mode. We call it as total communication method. So the scope of the study is, this study may help to find out the acquisition of knowledge in verbal communication of children with hearing impairment. This study may help to find out the comprehension level of the children with hearing impairment in developing the verbal communication with the support of total communication. This study may help to find out the performance of the children with hearing impairment in verbal communication through total communication before and after intervention package. So these are the aspects I just collected for my review of literature. Challenges faced by children with hearing impairment, curriculum adaptation for children with hearing impairment, education of children with hearing impairment. See, the methodology, we used that quasi-experimental design without the control group. And the independence variables are age, gender, type of hearing loss and level of hearing loss. Why the dependent variable is the performance of the hearing loss. Performance of the children with hearing impairment in moral values, which is collaborate with the collaborative verbal communication. The investigator developed the intervention package based on Tamil attitude to develop the verbal communication consisting of 13 sentences. So according to these 13 sentences, we just made the oral mode, written mode and the sign language mode. The methodology, quasi-experimental design without the control group, purposive sampling. The sample size is 15. The age group for children with hearing impairment selected for 8 to 19 years. Independent variables are age, gender, degree of hearing loss, type of school and locality. So the dependent variables is, as I said now, performance of the students. So the result and discussion, the researcher developed and administered the inventory to 15 hearing impairment children. Quantitative and qualitative method were used. Following the pre-test, the targeted intervention was successfully implemented. The post-test was assessed to determine the impact of the intervention package. So the table 1 represents the pre-test and post-test score of oral mode. In pre-test, the RAS score is 26 and the post-test RAS score is 103. So there is some improvement in the post-test. The mean score is 1.73 and the post-test score is 6.87. Standard deviations 0.79 and 1.12. Here the p-value is less than the 0.0001. So this is significant in the 0.05. So the table 2 is for written mode. The table 3 is for sign mode. The table number 1, 2 and 3 significant, all the 3 tables are significant at 0.05 level. So the post-test response is greater than the pre-test response. It indicates that there are some positive changes among children with hearing impairment after providing the intervention. So here I stated before, the stated null hypothesis, there is no significant difference in verbal communication skills before and after the intervention package using collaborative practices is rejected. Here the 4th table is for age group 8 to 13 years, oral mode, written mode and sign mode. So for all the 3 modes, the p-value is less than 0.05. This is for 14 to 19 years age group. And the table 4 and 5 is for the result indicate a significant difference between the pre-test and the post-test. Before implementation of the package, the null hypothesis stated that there is no significant difference in developing verbal communication before and after intervention using collaborative practices with respect to various variables is rejected. So here the conclusion part is, this study was undertaken to develop the comprehensive verbal communication of children with hearing impairment through the support of total communication instruction, which means oral mode, written mode and sign mode. So ultimately the goal of education for children with hearing impairment is to support their growth and empowerment, helping them to lead the independent life and daily living skills. The main aim is raise to awareness among parents, teachers and the community about developing communication at a low cost. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. Sharmila. Yeah, Sharmila. Good. Hello. Yeah. Good. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello, here.
Yeah, ma'am. You can ask.
Sharmila, you've presented very good results, but your topic is the verbal communication skills.
Yes, ma'am.
What are the skills that you used?
We have used that 13 sentences, ma'am,
But
which is
which
based
are the
on
13 sentences?
in Tamil Auditorium. We based on
No,
that.
no. In your paper, that is what you have used. What are the communication
The
skills?
intervention package.
The sentences that you used, that is not presented.
What about your questionnaire or in terms of your language? Okay. So what type of communication skills you have introduced here and tested here?
The basic values and moral value skills, ma'am.
Okay. Can you show that questionnaire?
No, but you are saying we are talking of verbal communication skills,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Values, does it come under verbal communication?
Through oral mode and written mode.
Questions. So actually communication skills you have mentioned here. What type of communication skills? What are the communication skills you have introduced here and tested here?
Based on the 13 sentences, ma'am, those 13 sentences are basically for communication process only, ma'am.
Okay, can you show that list?
I only mentioned, I didn't have that.
Okay. Can you say?
Can I say in Tamil? Yes. அறம் செய்ய விரும்பு 60 சினம் 70.
Yeah. One more mic.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to know, before the research,
Intervention.
what did they do, and after post-test, what did they do?
Before giving them the intervention, the students are not aware about the verbal communication and the basic values and moral values. So after giving them the intervention through oral mode, written mode and sign language mode, after then they can easily communicate with the help of the 13 sentences.
Communicate means they were
using
those words?
Using those sentences in their daily life.
No, they were repeating those words, or they were
Yes,
understanding those words, or what?
Understanding and using those words in their real life situation.
Okay, realize it. How did you test that?
Not those sentences, sir. The meaning of the sentences they can use. Yes, because we did that after the intervention, we just followed the students. After the midterm test or the quarterly examination, with the help of the result of the quarterly examination, we just conducted this post-test. So only we are able to know there is some differences before the intervention, after the intervention.
So you mean to say that there was only few months in difference between the pre-test and post-test?
Yes, ma'am. Mostly 6 months, ma'am. 5 to 6 months. We give them an intervention.
What is the age group?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't get nervous.
Yes.
Could you tell us what kind of questions? Because I think everybody is confused that you're just talking of intervention.
Yes, ma'am.
But what kind of questions? Because you speak of mean deviation and the statistics that you gave. But just for it's like we are confused.
Okay. Ma'am, we are through that mean test and the standard deviation, we have to compare the pre-test and the post-test.
Okay, good. Now in pre-test, what did you use, and in post-test?
The same questionnaire only
So
we
what
are
those
using.
questions?
Those 13 words, ma'am. Those 13 words are the questionnaire.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank
you. Don't be nervous. Okay, thank you. Next presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presentation is on the title of Teaching Methods that Enhance Learning. Teaching Methods that Enhance Learning for Students with Disabilities, led by Shobha Nakre.
Just a minute. Again, an interference. Half of you have not understood what the poll is. You're sending in numbers. Don't send number. The question has a number. Please touch that point. Supposing you want 2 points, touch that. Automatically your number goes against And you can see that number on the right increasing. Please look at the poll. Look at the poll in your phones. You will understand what I'm saying. Don't type the number, touch the number.
May I start now? May I start now? Excuse me? Yeah. Good morning. Our project is net clinches.
Hello, hello. See, earlier it was released for 1 minute, but we couldn't do it. Now it is released only for 60 seconds. Do it. There's a poll in your group. पोल है उधर, उस पे क्लिक करना है नंबर पे. किया तो हाथ ऊपर करो. गुड गुड गुड. आके मैं देखूंगी. हाँ, ऐसे नहीं करो. चलो. So, okay. Is anybody finding it difficult? We'll send volunteers. At the back. Done? Good boys. Now I request next time when you release it, कौन है महेश? So next time you release it, उसके पहले announce करो, call for attention, and then you release. Will be better. Okay? Yeah. Thank you.
Now the poll is released, no ma'am? Second one. First one is. Yeah, please start. Good morning. Our project is training educators. Introduction. Investing in teacher training is crucial. This helps for improving learning outcomes of students, which was found lacking. We visited various special and inclusive schools and observed that the CWHI and some regular students too in primary and higher secondary classes were not able to answer simple questions, express their thoughts, opinions and ideas. This scenario was seen in Maharashtra. Yeah, PPT please. This is Maharashtra and in a few other states. Our students have been successfully integrated into regular schools and have graduated and are civil computer engineers, MBAs, BAF, BMS, BBA, BPharm, BASLP, and are holding good positions in their jobs. With a mission to bring about a positive change in the teacher style and strategies of teachers, we 4 retired special educators with an experience of over 30 years started our journey. DART, Devil's Association of Retired Teachers, was born in 2016 with the only expectation of full cooperation of the school management and teachers of special, inclusive and regular schools. Till date, DART has worked with 6-7 schools in Maharashtra, Gujarat and Tamil Nadu and Darjeeling. Methodology. The first step, we approach the committee members of special schools and explain our mission and vision of to empower every educator and every organization to achieve more. The next step is to plan a schedule of 3 days as per the need, preferably during holidays. 3 levels are taken into consideration: nursery level 1, 2, 3, age group 3 to 6 years. The schedule consists of imparting the principles of maternal reflective method, conversation method, strategies for pre-conversational skills, pre-reading, pre-writing, pre-math and grammar, sense training activities, group speech. Strategies to continue a conversation, visualize it and follow up of the visual conversation, answering direct and indirect questions. In the final year, the technique of introducing news from newspapers. Converting a conversation to a reading deposit and follow-up of the passage by guided discovery learning technique. Eliciting
expressive language through short letter writing, compositions, picture description. Ideas to create teacher-made stories and the art of storytelling using voice modulation. Creating poems on a topic being discussed. Directed activities apart from cookery-related ones. Importance of field trips and nature walks. Language through craft. A variety of reading exercises are introduced. The training is very interactive as live demos are given with the students in class. Lots of practical on various topics are carried out involving the teachers. A demo of how subject teaching can be made interesting using the conversation method. Most important is that a follow-up is done by hand-holding for a year or two as required. A separate short course for parent empowerment is also an added bonus. A similar course has been carried out in a few inclusive schools in Maharashtra. Now we'll see some photos and videos. She's teaching speech in Aurangabad, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. Their hands are behind this. Previously, all these are the Adivasi children, and they were using both hands for eating. And after that, they went to one restaurant, and after that, their own they just kept their hands behind.
माझे केस कुठे कापले असतील एका मुलीने कापले तुझे केस कोणी कापले माझा कोणी कापले काकांनी ओढले काकांनी काय केलं ओढले असे ओढले नाही बरोबर आहे पूर्ण बोलायचं काय बोलला तो अरे पिसाळू ताई टिकली
Result: a marked improvement was observed in the students' behavior, habit, critical thinking, and application of knowledge in solving problems. Teachers and students enjoyed learning. There was an increase in the teachers' innovation and urge to do something different every day. We got a feedback that the students now loved grammar and were not scared of math. They enjoyed tackling indirect questions too and solving a variety of reading exercises. We have received positive feedback from many who have followed this technique religiously, which is on record by way of messages, phone calls from teachers and parents. A teacher was awarded for showing good progress in the language development for her students at the end of the academic year. Now we'll see two videos.
Suhasini Kulkarni, founder member and chairperson of Swanandi Sports and Educational Foundation, working in tribal areas of Harsul, which is in district Nasik in Maharashtra. Our teachers are from remote areas and lack in Marathi spoken and written language. So we decided to appoint DART and conducted a 3-day training program in April 2024 to strengthen language and teaching style. Many creative activities such as storytelling, conversation method, debate were introduced. After this program, our teachers are
Please stop.
using all techniques. They are
We have, yeah, this is visual feedback. We have received positive feedback from many who have followed these techniques religiously. Now summary, conversation MRM is a tried and tested method being used for the last 4 decades and has shown great results for followed religiously. The students can be easily integrated into regular schools and their transition is smooth as their literacy skills are well developed to cope up with the school. At the end, I would like to say the word of Swami Vivekananda. He was saying every duty is holy and devotion to that duty is the highest of worship of God. इसलिए मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ कि तमन्नाओं की दुनिया हर कोई बसाता है, पाता वही है जो तकदीर लाता है, हम सब तकदीर वाले हैं. Thank you very much.
One minute.
Yeah.
Attention please, poll is ready. It will be there for 2 minutes. Please vote. No, 2 minutes. We have changed. Change किया.
रिलीज हो गया.
I would like to call upon the stage our 2 members of DART, Mrs. Lata Nayak and Chaya Ghadge, before are doing this DART
Question.
activities.
Yeah.
Question is?
Yeah, ma'am.
If you have any question?
Yeah, it's very good presentation about DART and please. Sir, I have one question, ma'am. Actually, you have introduced this paper under innovations in special education, is it right? And teaching methodologies and technologies. Oh, actually, this is a traditional approach, MRM method. Okay, what is the new invention in this presentation? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
And one more, how did you assess the students' behavior? And you have mentioned the result, we assessed the students' behavior, etc. How did you assess?
See, we have also interacted. Something new is that the schools which were using total communication or they were using sign language. So we did this method with those group also. And the difference we found was that the written pattern and the sentence construction, when we do the conversation and we visualize it, and then how they read that and how they can understand the concepts in that, and how everything is related to different various subjects. So the teachers found it easier to combine the reading pattern because they lacked in reading and expressing. So this method, even with sign language, was useful. We found it very useful, and the teachers gave us a response that it is working well.
Ma'am, what are your recommendations to these schools about your innovation strategy?
The last slide before this was, will you join us? That is the recommendation. We are ready to travel anywhere, and The thing is, we don't charge anything. We just need the travel expense to go and
From
come.
which age group onwards you have started
The lower
these
group.
strategies?
The lower group. The
Lower
first
group.
3 levels, as we
From
mentioned.
preschool level or
See, before first standard.
before first standard, preschool?
But even after first standard, if anyone wants help, then how to teach the subjects through this method also is another project.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I would like to add to this. We found that like children coming who were dropouts from regular school for 5 years have studied in regular schools, 7 years, 10 years, and have come back with no knowledge or no vocabulary at all. We implemented with them also this, and very good results. Now I'm happy to inform you that these children are now appearing for their 10th grade. By themselves, without any support, no lower level subjects. It took us time, but it does work if you really put in hard work.
Yeah, and lastly, 1 minute, just half a second. We also had a parents program, the similar one. So we had fathers also coming in for the parent program, and they also have given us a response, verbal response, that how it affected them, how the change happened at home.
I have a question. Now, you are using the MRM method more or less to teach the children, but are you able to cover the entire curriculum using that particular method?
We do that. We have done up to 4th grade with MRM, with all the subjects. And we don't just stick to the syllabus of the textbooks, but the first 1 hour where we practice in our school, the first 1 hour is conversation. And after that, we have the subjects.
Question. Ma'am, actually I have one doubt. Related to this, your MRM presentation, after 5th grade, how you are discussing? At least one demo or some conversation?
Yeah. So what we started, we gave them one topic for the day, and they had to speak about it. Okay, the conversation, that way we started. And then through that, whatever words came, we expand language through that. Like suppose, I'll give you one example. There was a conversation about that the children found that they had sown a seed and from which they had done the observation. Because those children had no language whatsoever, even coming at the 5th grade from regular school. And through that, we had the conversation, we took them into the garden, literally like how we do it for the little ones. And then they started speaking about it. Then they realized that yes, this vocabulary can be learned and remembered. Then we helped them to make sentences with that. Grammar was done, introduction of pronouns. Imagine at that stage. All this is done the same way, but at a slower pace. Because for them to know the vocabulary, understand it, and apply takes time. And we use sign language also along with it if those children do not understand oral. Because I found most of these children who were dropouts of regular school did not wear hearing aids. They did not have systematic sign language also. So right from there we had to start. So we began with little small vocabulary words which are based like colors, fruits, animals. From there, and then the conversation part was done. Foundation is the base thing. See, if there is no foundation whatsoever, whether it is in sign language or in oral, you can't get progress of these children.
Thank you so much. Hello. 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 The mics are not working. आवाज आ रहा है? Thank you so much, ma'am, because it was an amazing presentation. Thank you so much.
Hello. Our next presentation is on the topic Innovations in Special Education, Teaching Methods and Technologies
that enhance learning for students with disabilities, led by Ms. Aparna Tiwari and Mr. Shreyansh Mishra.
First one. Yeah, actually last bit.
This is actually the first presentation. I would also request all the presenters to follow the time, please, as we have time.
Hello everyone. Thank you for organizing this event, and I'm from Deaf Enable Foundation. And I want to talk about the special innovations for special education for deaf students. And my name is Ravi, and here is my colleague Aparna Tiwari. So we are the deaf instructors. Let's begin our topic. Sir, next slide please. Next slide please. So historical context of deaf education in India. So like Britishers were ruled us for a long time. So deaf people wanted to have education. So at that time, there's a deaf school. It started in 1884 at Bombay. It's the first deaf school in India. So where it started? The first deaf school was started in Bombay, but it was initially focused on oralism and speech. There is no sign language included in that. Then after that, now we have a new law in human rights, and the right for disabilities are turned up. So from there, inclusion is happening. And in 1996, there were like 70 deaf schools in entire India. Now we have more than 70 schools. It's in 1996, we have like 70 deaf schools. Now, government initiatives like national programs for prevention of and control of deafness and Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan have further strengthened the framework for inclusive education. So now everyone has started doing their intermediate courses, graduation courses, so from all over India. And the challenges and the stigma they face in their education. So we try to create awareness for the hearing community. And if there is no accessibility, we try to ask for the accessibility. Our accessibility is mostly about ISL, sign language, Indian sign language. And we want deaf trainers to be in the classroom so that we can have a mother tongue, and sign language trainer can do more better things. Like we want more government support also. These are the major barriers when we struggle with deaf education thing. And there is a deaf education, there is so many subjects are there. So we want ISL, Indian Sign Language, to be a subject like any other subject. And like we want our parents to be connected with us, like they should learn sign language, they should communicate with us after the school. That would really help us. These are the challenges we face on regular basis, and innovations that we want to do at and we are doing right now at DEF Academy is like we are conducting e-classrooms and for accessible locations. We are reaching to number of places through online, and we are interacting. So we don't need to do physical classrooms, but we can use technology and we use online. Through that, we are doing intermediate course and degree course also. And these are the key features. And we mostly look for accessibility, sign language based instructions via e-classrooms. So sometimes it is very difficult for a deaf person to travel a long way and come there and study also. So it is cost effective as well, and it's community building for the deaf community also. So with the help of Deaf Academy, we are doing this from our side, and the mobile application for deaf education. It's called Deaf ISL app, where we made our own dictionary using Indian Sign Language, and we created words for like 70,000 plus words, which you can download. 70,000 to 7 lakh vocabularies we designed. And EduSign Academy is a customized educational content for deaf learners, and we have like 1 lakh plus users from all over India. And it's the very first app which launched, and it talks about every aspect of the society, like insurance, health, whatnot, everything in general to particular things. And there's another app called Avas and Bliss app, which it helps to have a better English knowledge, and it translates English to sign language and sign language to English. And Google Live Translation in Sonata, these are the real-time translations and virtual sign language translations are available in the market, and which are used by Deafenable Foundation as well. And I want to create a social impact here in the inclusive communities. It's like bridging the gap with the communities. And the educational opportunities, ensuring accessibility in education, it ultimately takes to us to a good job. We can land it in a good job. So whenever we go and we go to organizations, if we have a good accessible education, we can be financially independent as well. And as a social, we can be a very strong bond with our society, and we try to be mingle with the outside the community. Apart from deaf community, we want to be included with the hearing community as well. And we create advocacy and awareness for raising visibility of deaf issues. And it is like a lifelong learning for us also. And accessibility features in mainstream platforms. Example, like if a prime minister is having a speech, so there is like no accessibility here. Like if you see other states like USA, any other country, you can see that their interpreters stand next to them and they do the interpretation part. But here we might not see it very frequently, but once in a while we can see that. So like YouTube and Facebook, we have this auto captions. Why we need all these things? Because it helps them to understand the society and what is happening in and around. And India's first TV channel in sign language, which is recently launched by the ministry, it's called Channel 31. It is under PM's eVidya program, and it managed by National Council of Education, Research and Training, NCERT is conducting that. And it is completely a sign language channel. And we have like 24/7 broadcasting, the channels offering continuous access to educational content. And the educational resources about career, mental health, and class-wise curriculum content, everything is included in this thing. And with the help of NEP 2020, the channel aligns with the National Educational Policy. So this channel works according to that policy, and it promotes Indian Sign Language and the deaf education. Now we have a swap. Now my name is Aarti, and what we want, challenges and future directions. Like we want, like if we want to buy anything like which are so expensive nowadays, example like hearing aids, accessible video content or whatever, the book, whatever. If I want to apply for something, there are so many hearing people over there, there are no deaf people, and there is no accessibility. For one person, giving accessibility is like a very big challenge. So we want to create awareness in the society that of making accessibility as not an expense, it's not a luxury, but it's a mandatory thing, and government should build an infrastructure and it should create awareness also. Same, like further extending accessibility is an important thing, and the methodology. It's called the, if I'm teaching, like I will teach with like I'm doing some act kind of thing, drama or something. I have come up with a lot of different ideas, like where I can give them mark sheet or test, a small test where I can include parents in the activity, so that these methodologies will really help students with deafness in the education. If teacher is not there, then they can have alternate learning things like online applications or online videos, so that they can learn, and it is used for the classroom readiness also. If a teacher is coming, then we should prepare for the class. So these kind of things are very useful. And like the translation part is it plays a very key role in education. Getting a proper translated versions of the material is very important. There are like 92%, the survey response indicates that 87% of educators and 92% of students report improved learning outcomes with the use of these tools, like including parents and students in one classroom and giving them activity-based learning. It helped them to have a better understanding. But here in city we can do all these things, but when it comes to rural areas, it is very difficult for them. So we are aware of that gap, and we are making things which are accessible for them. So we are providing accessibility, which we both are gaining a lot in this, and it's a win-win situation for people who are staying in rural and who are staying in city. They are getting the right amount of education. And the conclusion is like, in ISL they have a dictionary, so they can learn all the vocabularies with it, and they can use it for education purpose. Like science vocabularies are there, so they learn the science vocabularies, and they can, with that vocabularies, they learn the science topics very clearly. So that helps them to have a better understanding of the subjects, so which is really helpful for the deaf student. Now we do in Deaf Enable Foundation. It started in 2009. And it has like 10 branches in entire India. So our main focus is to empower deaf people, and we empower them with a good education, and we give them right skills to get a job, and we use technology. We empower women with deafness, and we provide a lot of accessibility for them. Thank you.
No. I'll ask. When was the TV channel started?
It's in December 9, 2020. It's in December, last December it started. Channel number 31.
So we were actually, because it's a research paper, we were actually looking for the innovations and how what new things, new methods that you people have come up with for in the teaching field. This was more like, you know, you are telling us what the government should do, or what we can do, but what we are looking for, that what you have done. What was the new method that you people initiated?
So our new method is like accessible, making vocabulary accessible for them by creating a videos of it. Like example, science terminology is there, law terminology is there. So for that, we had created the vocabularies for them.
I think this was presented last year also. At Indore, it was
Answer that question. Please compare the applications they have used. Can you show your applications, mobile applications? And what are your classroom implications or educational implications? Can you present the any questions from
yes,
participants
yes.
also, please?
Hello. So very commendable presentation, and I'm really very happy to know about use of app for sign language. I just want to ask you two questions. One, when was this app introduced? And currently, how many users are there? And one more question I have, but let him answer this.
It started in 2019, the vocabulary app. There were like more than 7 lakh users who are using.
Ooh, that's good.
But like active users are like more than like 2 to 3 lakh people. And like ED is there. In that portal, like we can download the app. The downloads were like more than 7 lakhs. And the active users who are using in person or in classroom or in for any other purposes, they are using. And we have preloaded all the educational content and courses in that app. And people are using it right now.
Are there parents and family members involved?
And there were like 35,000 users are there. 35,000 people are using, and people from France and other countries are also using it. And which this kind of app is not there in anywhere. It's only in India and only in Hyderabad.
Is it a free download app or is there a cost involved? Unka shoot kariye.
Both the apps are free to download, and anybody can use them.
And can you just share the link then?
Yes, we can share the link.
Thank you very much. I'm really, really happy to know this. 3 cheers.
Ravi will share the link in the WhatsApp group. If anybody wants, can download it.
in this app, suppose a normal person, they want, if they are interacting with a sign language person, if we just type something, will it show us how to do the sign language?
Further, there is another app where you can type a vocabulary or a sentence that will come, that will show the video of it. If you use any vocabulary also, then you can get the video of it.
Can you show the app or just tell us the link so that everybody knows about it?
So these are the apps. You can use that QR code. This is for Android and this is for Apple iOS version. Both have this Android and iOS versions. This is for vocabularies. This is for vocabularies, and the other one is for educational purpose. They have preloaded all the courses in that.
Can you, do you have any video for example?
Can we download from Google Play Store? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We can download it from Google Play Store. It has 2 versions. One is for Android and one is for iOS. There's an internet issue. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
We'll get back to you in person and we'll
It's
show
okay.
you that.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions in the audience?
Thank you.
Attention please, the poll is ready, but before poll is released, please complete in
Like
within
they're
the
asking if you want anything, you can type it and it will show the video in that way. Yeah.
Are we done? Can we start with the next presentation? Are we waiting? Okay, poll. Sorry.
And thank you everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next presentation is on the topic Artificial Intelligence in Inclusive Educational Learning, led by Mr. B. Nageshwar Rao, sir.
Has everybody voted for the last one? Abhi poll aaya nahi hai. Just wait. Just wait.
Sure.
It has been released. Please vote. Have you got it? Yes. Yeah. Are we done? Can we start with the next presentation?
If you all have completed the poll, can you all give a thumbs up, please?
Hello.
Everyone?
Yeah. Okay, whoever's not done, can you pick up your hand?
Can you all raise your hand, whoever is not done yet?
Sorry? Oh, only 2 questions. Okay, we'll just... Listen, hello, there are 5 questions in all. Yeah? Fine. हो गया सबका? हो गया?
Can everyone give a thumbs up if done? Yeah. So our next presentation is on the topic Artificial Intelligence in Inclusive Educational Learning, led by Mr. B. Nageshwar Rao.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Andarki namaskaram. My topic is artificial intelligence in inclusive educational learning. It's a theme-based topic. It's not a research paper actually. Artificial intelligence and machine learning have become essential driver of growth across multiple industries, including education technology, is helping to make inclusive learning as a tangible reality. According to the report by e-learning industry, nearly 50% of learning management platform will be driven by artificial intelligence within the next 3 years. The COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 accelerated the growth of online learning with more schools, colleges and educational institutions tuning to technology for educational delivery. As a result, the demand for AI and ML software applications has risen. Another survey found that 85% of educators believe AI technology will play a crucial role in the future of education.
Sir, can I just disturb you for a minute?
Yeah.
1 second. Hi. Excuse me.
Can you?
There is a lot of noise from the back. Everybody's put in a lot of effort for their presentation. Can we maintain silence, please? Because there are a lot of people who are having a problem in hearing him. We are all educators sitting here. Thank you. You can continue, sir.
Artificial intelligence is making significant progress in the education sector, helping to bridge the gap between students and educators. But why exactly in inclusive learning? Inclusive learning is a concept social, political and technological aspects have brought forth a vital play in the educational industries. The lack of inclusivity become a glaring sign of error that needs to be corrected as soon as possible. What is inclusive learning? I think everyone is know that aims to bridge these gaps and create an environment where students with different abilities can learn in the same classroom, that too without compromising on the quality of education. Evaluation of education in last few years, you can see here democratization of education, then it goes to learner-centric policies has come up, implementation based learning has been introduced, bridging the industries and academia together and strengthening the innovations ecosystem. Why inclusive learning? Bridging the gap. The world needs inclusive learning because it bridges the gap between students by working in differences. Right to education, it gives opportunity for all. Equality in education, and inclusive society, basis for the inclusive society and a better world. When children grow up understanding diversity, the world will naturally be a better place. So benefit of inclusive learning, better clarity, it gives recapitulation benefits, cost and time efficiencies, and assurance and accountability, staff and students satisfaction, international best practice embedded, and improved teaching and learning. Benefit of inclusive learning, we can say here the implementing comprehensive inclusive learning strategy in educational institutions can have multiple benefits of management, students, parents and society as a whole. Openness of to challenge and acceptance, diversity perspectives, greater interaction and positive attitude. The role of technology in education, custom-made solutions are only the way to train students with special needs, as the types of disability are too varied to create one for all solutions. The aim of using technology in inclusive learning is to reduce the feeling of dependence. Here are some example how technology can help to inclusive education. Speech recognition technology make it possible for students with special needs to record the lesson on convert handwritten text to speech. Augmentative communication and speech therapy classes are conducted online to help kids with speaking disability complete with the other students in the classroom. AI-based translators assist students to bridge the gap between two or more languages. And students who speak minority languages can use AI-based translation apps to understand the lesson in the native tongue. Students with visual disabilities can learn enough text-to-speech conversation, while those with hearing difficulties can benefit from the visual representation. How AI is contributing to inclusive learning? This removes the biases, individualized learning, accessibility, affordability, teaching techniques. Artificial intelligence is also helping teachers understand where to teach students with special needs. AI in inclusive learning assists teachers to identify the right method of teaching aids and right channel of communication to interact with the students for different backgrounds. The aim to change how teachers perceive learning by making them proactive instead of reacting in this situation. So literature reviews also support that investigates the various applications of artificial intelligence in enhancing personalized learning experiences within inclusive education. AI algorithm can adapt educational content and method to meet the distinct needs of the students. Smith et al. 2020, Johnson and Wang 2021. The review also focuses on AI-powered assistive technologies, analyzing how natural languages processing and computer vision improve accessibility for students with disabilities. It synthesizes current research to explore the impact of these AI-driven tools on fostering more inclusive learning environment. Brown and John 2019 and Chen et al. 2022. Another review explored the role of intelligent tutoring system in supporting inclusive education. It evaluates that various studies that highlight how AI enables ITS, creates adaptive and interactive learning experiences, benefit students with diverse learning needs, and enhancing overall teaching effectiveness. Additionally, the review addressed the ethical challenges of using AI in inclusive education, offering a detailed analysis of concerns such as data privacy, algorithm biases, and digital divide. By drawing on recent research, it is provided that critical examination of the potential issues and the necessary consideration for the ethical applications. Some applications here which is more concerned with the personalized learning path, support to students with disabilities, adaptive assessments, behavioral and emotional support, enhanced accessibility, automated administrative tasks, language transition, multiple support, intelligence tutoring system. The applications, all applications, apps are based on these kinds of the principles. So some examples I am giving here: tools, persons with hearing impaired, Microsoft translators. This tool translates spoken word into sign language and generate real-time caption using advanced speech recognition technology. Automated speech recognition technology, it composes various software and applications aimed to empower communication for deaf and hard of hearing. It enables activities like filling prescriptions and conducting interviews through speech-to-text capabilities. Sign-on, utilizing computer vision, natural language processing. These translate sign language into text by interpreting arm movements, facial expressions, and body postures, facilitating better communication between deaf individuals with those who are here. Kintrains, this is also one application which aiming the grammatical accuracy in its outputs. Some more our mobile app is provide real-time transcription of conversation, allowing deaf users to engage in spoken communication by displaying text that can be started with other real-time. Global sign language software designed to help interpret sign language. Vivio, this sound recognition technology helps deaf individuals sound around them by identifying noise and alert users to important sounds in their environment. Cochlear Fox voice assistance is designed for cochlear implant users. That AI-based assistant optimize sound perception based on individual needs, enhancing their hearing experiences. Here some AI tool for visual impaired, Seeing All, free mobile app. It can read text, identify product, describe pupil and scenes that even detect emotions. In vision glasses, these smart glasses integrate AI to assist users in reading text aloud, identify objects and understanding their surroundings. Users can interact with the glasses using voice command to ask questions about the scanned document or scenes. OKAI Copilot, this application helps users navigate persistent crossing by recognizing walk and don't walk signals around their vision. Vigilance, AIC, these are all the applications which is available. ChatGTP, I think everyone knows, and Call Any. These conversational AI tools allows visual impaired users to engage in natural conversation with the AI assistants. This is the intellectual disabilities, communication assistance, apps for personalized learning and support, AI home assistants like the Alexa and Google Assistant we use, accessibility enhancement and emotional and social support. These are the applications are available for these. So in conclusion, exploring the role of artificial intelligence in inclusive education reveals a promising path for transforming learning and enhancing accessibility for diverse learners. The integration of AI technologies has the potential to meet the unique need of students with different abilities and learning styles, fostering a more inclusive environment by offering personalized learning experiences. AI role in inclusive education extends beyond the classroom potential, bridging geographical and socio-economical. Through this responsible implementation and continued collaboration, we can harness AI to eliminate barriers and empower all the abilities to succeed in an inclusive educational ecosystem. Thank you.
Attention please. While you question answer session is going on, you vote. Okay, so the poll is being released. Thank you. 5 questions. Okay.
Thank you for your presentation.
Welcome.
It was very informative. The only thing that you gave examples of the AI technologies and the tools.
Yes.
If you could just present or give an example how any thing could be used, because it was very theoretical.
Yes, madam. It's this video can be given on that, but time is very constant, so I cannot show that videos here. So, but it is available in the internet and Google Play Store. We can download that only application. If we write in the name, it can download. And I tried so many things by using that. It's a universal one, and I think better if Indian scenario, the application which is introduced last presentation, that is also more informative. So that can be interchanged with that.
Sir, can we use these apps for classroom learning?
Yeah, of course, madam. That's
Yeah.
inclusive setups, no?
Yeah.
So these are applications. If the candidate is with that impairment, so we can learn. We can implement in the classroom also, inclusive classroom.
Can you
Normal people or normal children also can download the app and learn these kind of applications.
Sir, actually I have one question related to content part.
Yeah.
How we can use these apps by using these apps for the learning of
Teaching.
the content, teaching and learning.
Actually, the technology I was explaining here, with the help of technology, what we can do. These applications are available, and it's depend upon the teaching methodology, how it can be used by the teachers at various content part. If it is applicable, then they can use. If not, then there is other matter also. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from audience? Any questions?
हेलो जिनको भी कोई कंसर्न इशू है विथ रिगार्ड टू द पोल वॉलंटियर्स आर देयर वॉलंटियर्स प्लीज रेज योर हैंड मारिया सुबस्मिता आदित्य रेज योर हैंड पोल के लिए कोई भी इश्यूज कंसर्न्स हैं आप इन तीनों को अप्रोच कर सकते हो इफ यू हैव एनी इश्यूज कंसर्न्स विथ रिगार्ड टू द पोल देयर आर 5 क्वेश्चंस ऑन योर व्हाट्सएप प्लीज कॉन्टैक्ट देम आई होप एवरीबडी हैज रिसीव्ड 5 क्वेश्चंस गुड आवाज नहीं आई जोर से थैंक यू
One question from audience.
So you shared about the applications in which can be used for which can use for inclusive setup, but you explained about few apps which they can translate it into ISL or speech to text. That kind of applications are there. Are they free or we need to pay for it? Pay for the services?
Some are free. Some we have to check that one, and but sign related with the sign, it is I think available with free. sign to text and text. Sign all is an application that is available.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
We're moving on to the last presentation. The topic is Bridge the Language Gap. Intervention software to enhance phonological practices in Tamil language among children with cochlear implant for reading comprehension. Led by S.N. Hamsapriya.
हेलो हेलो मे आई हैव योर अटेंशन सी हो क्या रहा है जिनको 3 ही क्वेश्चन दिख रहे हैं बिकॉज 2 मिनट खत्म हो गए द पोल इज इन योर व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप ओनली फॉर 2 minutes दैट मीन्स 120 seconds so those 120 seconds full attention से you complete this work we will not have it simultaneously with question answers exclusive 2 minutes देंगे because 2 minutes are over आपको 3rd 4th 5th question नहीं दिखाई देगा so next time onwards 2 minutes concentrate and complete your 5 questions है ना हाँ वो पोल में नहीं आता है व्हाट्सएप पोल में numbers are not there अच्छा ओके ओके प्लीज ऑर्गेनाइजर्स बीच में मैसेज नहीं भेजो बीच में कूपन का मैसेज आ गया तो डाइवर्ट हो गए सब कूपन इज मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट देन पोल
Yeah, please start your presentation.
Good afternoon, all of you. This is Amsapriya from Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational Institute. This is a part of my research study, Bridge the Language Gap, intervention software for practicing in Tamil language for children with cochlear implant. Excuse me. It's not. So let us try to understand bridge the gap and bridging the gap or language gap versus language delay. Just instruct. Next slide, please. So I am just rushing out. I have taken only one concept, one-time effort to solve the problem, and it has its own series. What idea and what action the researchers had taken. Next, please. So the focus is on language gap, lack of efficient early intervention training, especially in hearing impairment. Next, please. So the problem is identified as the children with cochlear implant have facing this language gap after cochlear implantation and with series of training also, and research studies also
states or the evidence is easily available that children with cochlear implant have this language gap problems. Next slide, please. So I have given the reviews. In spite of advanced technologies, the children with cochlear implant facing these issues, with the support of technology, what we are going to do for the language gap filling. Next, please. So 4 objectives were set. Next one. The first one is need analysis. It was done with a focus interview group, like parents, general teachers, special educators. It is coming one by one. Objective 1. It's written on the. So objective 1 is to find out the need analysis. It was conducted through focus groups and parents, general teachers, special educators, speech therapists. Then children with cochlear implant and assistive technologists were included, and they have given their opinion. The tool used was open and closed-ended questions. Next slide, please. So it was given in the percentage. So parents of 80% of parents said that there is a need for a new intervention program. So the program is based, or the intervention software is based on constructive philosophy, and technology problem-based approach was used. We are all familiar with that there are existing many apps and softwares in teaching Tamil language. But what makes this intervention a new one, or what is the difference between the existing and new developed one? The core concept, the core concept is make the child to perform. We all, as a teachers, we familiarized in teaching language, like sound and letter level combination. Then we will take the child to vocabulary level, 1-letter words to 2-letter words, 3-letter words. But the children are having the difficulty in combination of vowel and consonants. They have that fear in taking them to the next level, from letter level to word level or vocabulary levels. They have the fear, they have fear with the teacher, they are not confident, they get scoldings from parents, and they have that guilty feeling to ask with the peer group also. Next, please. So to develop interest and break the fear, and to relieve from the boredom of learning same patterns. There are about 247 letters in the Tamil language. So the activity in the intervention package is 7 in number: 1 for vowel, 1 for consonant, 1 for vowel and consonant combinations, and for vowel and vowel combination and vowel consonant combinations, and vowels and consonants along with the number understanding. So validity and reliability were established. Next, please. Through pilot studies. So recommendation we received from the parent side and the participants, like UDL principles can be included. Then it can be utilized for other disability also, can be considered, can be included sign language. Whatever possible things we included in the intervention package. Next, please. So the researcher want to conclude that the children with a cochlear implant, they were missing the babbling stage of development. So at the age of a cochlear implant, they are directly getting into the vowel consonant learning. Like sound, starts from vowel sounds, they start from consonant sound, then they take along with them, they take them to learn a meaningful communication also. But here, they missed the babbling stage. They are getting one chance to get understanding the combination of the sounds. Next slide, please. So the delayed or the gap is bridged through this intervention package. Next. Next. So the intervention package consists of scoring, drag and drop, then click the right one. If the child clicks the right one, the green signal will be displayed. If the child clicks the wrong one, this red signal will be displayed. What makes different from other existing apps? One thing is the child can learn in sequence by self-understanding, because the next sequence of the letter will not be taken to the other letters. Only you have to proceed in sequence as many as times the child can learn. And the parents, they given suggestions like they are always simply working in the animated apps for learning Tamil language. But this software helps them to learn really and enjoy the learning also, because they themselves constructing the learning in Tamil letters. So the parents expressed very good comments by understanding this intervention package. Next. Child is learning verbally, and they are following the sequence, and they are constructing the learning, and they are developing the problem skills also, problem solving skills in learning the alphabets. This is particularly meant for combination of vowel and consonant. One activity set along with numbers.
அங்கில்ல கீழே கீழே இதில் கண்டுபிடிக்கணும், இதில் கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். கோ எங்கே இருக்கு?
Thank you so much. I request everyone to vote for me because it is my dream to deliver to the children who are really coming up with cochlear implant, and they are having this language gap till their end of higher education. So I just wanted to take an attempt to fill this gap by doing one time with the support of technology. I thank you one and all.
Thank you. Till what age have you developed this?
Ma'am, primary level, ma'am, up to 1 to 5th standard.
You've done up to 5th standard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's excellent, because if a child learns to read up to 5th standard, then they are on their own after that.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's only for sounds?
Yes, ma'am. Sound and letter combination, only for sounds.
But then it says for reading. Your topic
ma'am,
is
it is
for
one
reading.
of the part of my research, ma'am.
But
it is one part of my research. It's a complete for reading comprehension. Ma'am? Ma'am, after taking this phonological practices, they are getting confident in understanding the letters and the sequence also. So they are trying to read one letter word meaningful, 2 letter words, 3 letter words in combination, 4, 5 letters, because they are having that confidence in understanding the all letter sound alphabet in Tamil language particularly.
I have a couple of questions I didn't understand. You're talking about children who have had implant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How soon after the implant have you started this?
Ma'am, after 1 year only, ma'am.
So
but they started entering into the school. At that time only my intervention package was given.
Okay, but from what I understand, the implant, the rehab is already covered with sounds. You're
Yes,
repeating the sounds again, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because they have this fear to learn the letters and sounds, ma'am. They always fear to learn from teachers and peer group from parents, because when they commit mistake, immediately the parents are there, they are not displaying the letters, ma'am. It is only sound. In therapy, in 1 year therapy, there they are giving only the sound listening training, not with this
Correct.
letter.
Correct. So
Alphabet.
now, I mean, I'm just thinking aloud.
Fine.
This child is around 6 years old or 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the child already has a not age appropriate language.
Yes,
She's
ma'am.
lacking in age appropriate language.
ma'am.
You are starting from sound. How are you going to reach the reading level? By the time the child will be much older if you go at this pace.
They are already in 4th standard, ma'am. 3rd and
Correct.
4th
In
standard.
4th standard, the child will be reading properly.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the gap?
It's not properly. Those who are having that problem, they were selected and they have given this intervention package. Those who are well good in learning, they are not selected for the study. Those who are having the problem in reading and understanding the letter sequences and producing the sounds, they are only selected for the study, ma'am. Those who are well good or above the average level, they are not selected.
My question is, did you study children with bilateral cochlear implants or only unilateral cochlear
Unilateral
implants?
cochlear.
Only unilateral.
Yes, sir. Pre-test was conducted, ma'am. Pre-test was conducted. Those who are not scoring above 50%, they were selected for the study.
Excuse me, ma'am, I
Yes,
would
please.
like to ask, you are mentioning intervention package.
Yes, ma'am.
So what does that include? And for how much period? Duration.
Duration we given like 30 classes, ma'am. Per session, 1 hour it goes.
Okay. And
30-hour sessions.
And package includes what intervention?
Ma'am, it includes 7 activities, ma'am. One particularly meant for learning vowels, 12 vowel sounds in Tamil language. Then second activity, consonant sounds, 18 consonants. Then one more letter, I the eluthi is there for that one activity, ma'am. Then followed by that vowel combination sounds, 216 letters. Then followed by that vowel combination, consonant combination, then vowel consonant combination. Then they have to count and go along with the number.
Okay. But this
like
is
long and
speech,
short.
According to me, I'll just give my opinion. It's a speech intervention package.
No, ma'am.
No?
It's not a
Pre-speech.
speech. It's only phonological practice, ma'am. If the
Okay.
child is already knows some letters too, but they have the deficit to go to the next level. So there they need some technological support where this works very well to understand the understand the Tamil alphabets.
Thank you, ma'am. It's actually we are practicing. I'm from Aish, special education. I'm a special educator. I'm blessed that I have been trained in normal B.Ed also, and I have worked with a normal population. And after the for past 20 years, I'm working with special children. This CI clients, what after CI implantation, they undergo 1 year training. It is only they are doing the speech and audiological training for the children. It is along with them when we special educators work, this will happen. We have to work as special educator, only then the progress, because what she is saying, the phonology, it is not our part. We have to work in educational way. Phonetics is not separate from any education. Basic pre-primary or play home only, they introduce. And the children who are introduced the phonetic sounds and are not speech therapists. They are not audiologists, they are teachers. So, we should not bifurcate ourselves when we are introducing phonological sounds or letters or numbers. It should be done parallelly along with the therapist. Only then the CI clients will be on par. We have clients who are 8 years of age, CI late identified and late implanted, and they are doing very well. And thank you, ma'am, because I felt that we have to inform this.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
So many of us were restless, not because it is a professional role, what speech therapist can do and should do, and what special education educator can do and should do. It wasn't about that. That restlessness was about you said language, but you were talking about speech. That was the problem. Hold on, let me finish.
Letter and sound combination.
Yeah,
Letter
but language is much beyond that, right? You
Yes,
can't
ma'am.
take k, kh, g, g and say it's language. First step of language, but
That's
not
what
language.
phonological practice.
Yeah. So now you changed it, right? But in phonological practice also, it is most of the pre-speech things, one, and secondly, delinking language from speech. So what we special educators generally believe in, making everything meaningful, rather than, you know, o, a, e, whatever in Tamil, ka, kha, ga, ga, separately working on it for the even CI children. It has to be meaningful and with context and experience. So that is why we were restless about the fragmentation of speech into that level, and for 30 hours working only on that, when, if I may say, that the child doesn't make any sense with those
No, ma'am.
isolated
Those
phonemes.
who are completing 2 activities per day, we are just make them to move forward. We are not restricting
but where is the meaning? Where is the context? Where is the experience?
Ma'am, it's only phonological practice, ma'am, so that they can understand to laying foundation to the
Yeah,
next level.
But that is what research says now, that this is not how way forward. Everything has to be meaningful and with context with the child. For some time, okay, we can take isolated phonemes and practice of that. But for 30 hours doing it without meaningful language, context and experience is not what the current theory and research supports.
See, you're starting here, but I'm not saying like what she says, don't spend 30 hours. Make your package more meaningful by making it words and sentences. Add words and sentences to this.
The intervention package consists, next part 2 is word level, man, part 3 is sentence level.
Yeah, but that goes for beyond 30 hours. For 30 hours concentrating on sounds, it's quite meaningless.
No, ma'am, those who are having this that much need, they can go for 30 hours, not more than.
Can I suggest one thing?
Yes, ma'am, please,
Actually,
definitely.
you are introducing this phonological structure. Now, immediately another session relevant to your language level, it will be better, I think so. Instead of only 30 hours running of phonological awareness, or language context also you can introduce. Then it will be meaningful and blended.
Yes, ma'am, the part 2 of the intervention package is word level, ma'am. Word level.
Wait, I'll
It
see
not
what here the whole group is trying to say, that in today's time, when you say the word language, it means you're building your cognitive skills. That means you're teaching your brain, because your children are CI implanted, they are with cochlear implant, that means they're already hearing. So when you speak of language, we are speaking of that the child is hearing, understanding, and then giving the response. But what you're talking about is just speech, and
Yes, ma'am.
speech and just one part of that.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So what everybody is trying to say, that that sound doesn't matter.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It is what the child is understanding from the word. Suppose you say, suppose the if you're talking of, let's say, cur, if you're just teaching the child about cat or anything with cur, at least the child is hearing and speaking the word cur, but with meaningful pictures, with meaningful, what goes behind that. Okay. And even rather than just with one word, if you have a 3-word sentence, that is what is going to complete your research. Because in today's time, we are going forward, like Ashmita said. Okay, so we are not going to stick to one phonetic, right? We are not just talking of k. Okay, so this is what everybody sitting here, especially for CI, that means the child has already got technology. The child is hearing. Okay, so this is what I think. Am I right? Yes. So when you talk of package, and so why everybody is getting restless, as they said, because 30 hours of just doing this is torture. Okay.
To the maximum 30, ma'am. Those who are completing, they can leave.
Again, So you have used, I have written here, you have used the word language.
Yes.
So instead of language, it should have been speech firstly.
Fine.
Okay, language is a very broad word.
Okay.
Okay, and secondly, when you're doing this, and if they are CI kids, they are doing wonders, because what you're saying after 1 year, in that one year, they're already doing the link sounds, they're already doing phonetics,
Yes.
everything.
Yes,
in that
yes,
1 year,
yes, yes.
all CI kids do all that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if after 1 year you are starting it, that means we are going backwards.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all.
Attention. Attention, please. For next 2 minutes, please focus on voting. Release. Poll is released now. Okay.
Any more presentations? Over? Okay.
All right, everybody,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
are done with the presentations. Now we can break out for lunch break.
No, 1 minute. 1 minute. No, Shashidhar is not there.
All the five to six presenters, please come on to the dais. We have a
1
moment
minute.
just for you.
1 minute. We will conclude this session. Yeah. Yeah. Is it right? Yeah, this is the first session. Okay. Continue, ma'am. Sorry.
So here is a small announcement. Sir, one of our loving brother, so Meenachi Venkatramana Foundation. So the founder has come here. He has given 10,000 for the conference.
So please come on to the dais.
Thank you. NCD or हम लोग नहीं पूछेंगे.
Just
Sir, at the outset, I salute you all for the services you are rendering to the hearing impaired. See, our foundation was started in 2013. We do newborn hearing screening in government hospital, and we have so far screened more than 2 lakh plus children, and from there we do diagnostics to intervention, and now we also have a language listening and spoken language school for the identified children. We use Madam Balavidyalayas teaching methodology, and we are very thankful to Umar Khan ji. He was the one who, when we started in 2013, gave the first faculty for our newborn hearing screening. Yeah. Now we also have Shravya Sivaprasad. He also helped us a lot. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir.
Now I request all the presenters to come onto the dais to collect the mementos.
Please come on.
I would like to request the presenters to stay in their seats for some time.
Good morning, all. The first people who are leaving, I think you will benefit if you just listen to us. It's just going to take 1 or 2 minutes.
In first plenary session, we have completed 5 papers related to the theme Innovations in Special Education, Teaching Methods and Technologies that Enhance Learning for Students with Disabilities. What our observations is, most of the papers are relevant to technologies, okay, and technologies for enhancing teaching methodology, and moreover, the traditional practice is also introduced here by the school management, and it will be more useful and applicable for our children with hearing impaired. Now I would like to call all the paper presenters, Aparna Tiwari ma'am, and Ravi Kakkar, and Sharimila, and Dr. S.R. Shanti ma'am, and Shubhda Buddha ma'am, and Shobha Nakre, and B. Nageshwara garu, and then S.N. Hamsapriya garu, all of you. All these members are representing from the NGOs and government organizations, and then they are the head of the institutes also. Okay, thank you one and all. Please come on to the dais.
I'd just like to add one thing. The topic was that we are using these innovations and all for teaching method. What I would request, or what I would have liked more, that if the examples could have been shown how it can be used by teachers. Okay, so that is what I felt was missing, and that is what we were trying to tell everybody. So next time when the topics are there, please make that what you're trying to, we are not looking at the introductions, we are not looking at the outcomes, we are looking at the actual, that how it can be used in the classroom by the teachers. Yeah, it has to be applicable based.
Thank you. One more presenter, no ma'am? Shubda ma'am, is there? Yeah. Yeah, first one is Aparna is there. Sharimila ma'am? Yeah. Sharimila? Second one.
Only Sharmila ma'am is not present.
Shanti. Shanti is there, no? Yeah, Shanti morning presented, I think.
Yeah, Sharmila.
Okay, chalo.
We can give later.
Kindly stick to your seats by 1:45 after lunch break. Kindly note, everybody get back to your seats by 2:15. Language Disorder Problems by Professor Panchan Mohanty, a retired professor, Hyderabad Central University. Chair and co-chairs are Mrs. Lata Nayak and Dr. Sudhir Banu, Mrs. K. Shailaja. Panchan sir, the stage is all yours. I request once again the chair and co-chairs to be present over here. Mrs. Lata Nayak and Dr. Sudhir Banu, Mrs. K. Shailaja.
Namaskar. Good afternoon and namaskar. The title of my presentation is Language Disorders in the Linguistic Mirror. Wait. Hello. Working? Thank you. The title is Language Disorders in the Linguistic Mirror. How linguistics can help in solving language problems or disorder problems. I chose this topic for the simple reason that I very strongly believe there must be a collaboration between speech and hearing scientists and linguists. The reason is simple. Speech and hearing scientists are not well versed in linguistics. Linguists are not well versed in speech science and hearing science. I've been lucky to have supervised two students who are from a speech pathology audiology background, I mean 5-6 students who are from linguistics background on language disorders. So that is the reason for which I know why it is so very important. What we need now is multidisciplinary research, which is extremely important. I won't say much about it. I was not very happy in the whatever happened in some of the presentations in the morning. I had some comments to make, but I thought I shouldn't. We can discuss it always. And collaboration between speech scientists and linguists is a must. Because when suppose you talk about phonology, you must know phonology well. Because without knowing, if you talk about phonology, that doesn't work. And I don't know speech, and I learned from my students, of course, but I'm not well versed. So it is always good to have kind of collaboration. And third one is innovation in education. When you talk about script, there was a discussion on script also. I'll give a very simple example. Those of you who know Devanagari script, ka, kha, ga, gha. See, ka, kha, ga, gha sounds are velar. They are articulated in the same way. There are some changes. One is voiced, voiceless, etc., aspirated, non-aspirated. Forget those things. But they are in the velar region. Look at the letters. Is there any similarity between ka and gha? And see, between ka and kha, you compare ka. I would request you to listen to me because I'm emotionally involved in it. Look at ka and va in Devanagari. Ka has va in it, and you have a tail and it becomes ka. Between ka and va, ka is more difficult than va. Va is simpler. But if you look at the from the complexity point of view, va should be taught first, not ka. And look between ka and kha, kha has va and something preceding it before that. So, you know, when we talk about these things, we'll have to sit, discuss, and come to a kind of consensus. We should listen to each other, try to see when we talk about speech and letter correspondence, is it really, what about English? English doesn't have anything, and most of the European languages, they don't have anything, Roman script. But so when you these things are to be discussed. Unless, if you don't do that, we cannot become excellent. In order to achieve excellence, this is the only thing, and I request all of you, I live in Hyderabad, I have many other friends, if you want, you know, I know this SRC very well. When my first student, it was probably 90, started working on stuttering. I came here, talked to, those days he was Mr. Subbarao, then became Dr. Subbarao, and we had a discussion, and that is the beginning, and after that, of course, I have been below. Thank you very much for this opportunity given to me. I'm grateful to the NCED family and Dr. Meera Suresh for this opportunity. By the way, I organized both ISHACON in 2012 and this NCED conference in 2013 at University of Hyderabad. And we didn't take any money for anything. Of course, food and other things, but no whatever charges for those accommodation, etc. We didn't do anything. Anyway, let's get back. Okay, why linguistics is necessary? I'll give you some, I'm a data person, and I would request all of you to think of data. C represents here sa. Look at all the words. Sad, saw, seed, set, sip, sit, sob, suit, soup, sub, suit, and sun, same, and siu. Does C not represent ka? So when you are teaching this to a child, what are you doing? So the child will say, I saw a sat while coming cat. Because if you are telling the child that C represents sa, without telling the child that it also represents ka, the CAT is, if you ask what is CAT, the child will say sat. And this is the reason for which the person who has prepared it, I have taken everything, all data, not selectively, not intentionally. I do promise. Don't think that I have selected, intentionally have selected these data. No, I went for, you know, data, looked at the internet, whatever I got, I chose, and I have, I'm presenting here. No, what will happen to C for cat? How do you represent that? And one point, another important thing that I will mention here is that a lot of people think that English spelling and pronunciation have no relationship. It's bad, it's wrong. English spelling and pronunciation are highly rule governed, may not be rule governed like Hindi or Sanskrit, but highly rule governed. I'll give you an example here. I'll give a rule where C should be pronounced ka and where it should be pronounced sa. You give me a single counter example. When C is followed by the letters I, E and Y, it is pronounced sa. I, C-I-T-Y, C-D. E, C-E-L-L, cell. Y, C-Y-C-L-E, psycho. In all other environments, it's ka. You think, give me a single counter example to that. One counter example. You cannot. I'll be thankful, grateful if you give me a counter example. So there are rules, and we will have to tell, not to students in the beginning, because a child is acquiring a language. And you know that we work on child language acquisition. The child first speaks the language, starts writing at the age of 4 or 5 or so. By then, it's very different. So see here what kind of blunder has been committed, not a mistake, I should say, because you are giving an impression to the child that she is articulated as sa. So the child will have a problem when it is cat, etc., etc. Okay. Okay. Now another example. Look, here sa is the sound sa is being taught, and everywhere sa is in the beginning of the word. But you can see that everywhere the word begins with a cluster. Always it's a cluster. Snout, snow, snack, spin, spoon, spot, spade, spout, spy, steam, step, stew, stop, stub, stain. Everywhere it's a cluster. And you know that we, while speaking, we say esteem. We say station. And if somebody is from Punjab, we'll say satation. My mother always said Tayson. Tayson. Pronouncing a cluster in the beginning of a word in English is very difficult. That's why we break. I had colleagues, Hindi-speaking colleagues, professors, used to, Mahan sahab, mere liye thoda bread le aana for bread. If there is, I was a visiting professor at Nalanda till recently, Nalanda University, that Ministry of External Affairs Ministry, University. And, nobody can say spasht roop se, aspasht roop se bol raha hu. आप इस अस्तर पर cannot say star, अस्तर पर. So clusters in the beginning of a word are very difficult. If the person who has prepared this knew that, won't have given such examples for teaching sa. Give simpler examples, because the child is acquiring these things. So examples are very important, and I would say that these are not at all good examples, number one. Second problem is I have problems with the photographs, the pictures. Look at step, give it to 20 students or 20 adults, ask them to tell you what word it represents. I can assure you there will be a lot of people who will say it's not step. So when the child is looking at it, the child is actually, this concept formation is very important in the child's mind. So if you do that, if you ask about snout, everybody will say it's a pig. But you are teaching snout. There are problems with pictures also. So, you will have to be very careful when you are preparing data. Okay, now here C is equal to K. You know, actually when this was prepared in my, I asked my son to do these things, and he was saying, Papa, these photos are not at all clear. So that's true, but I'm sorry for that. Now see, if you are teaching that C is equal to K, raccoon has CC. Raccoon is here. This is a raccoon. It's CC. Then you have chicken, CK. Will the child get confused or not? But we are teaching C should be pronounced K. Okay, give only single examples of the letter C where it is pronounced K. Not CC, CK, etc., etc. Because child will be definitely confused. So whether C is K, CC is K, CK is K, you know, concept formation is a very different kind of issue. And that is something which is very important. So see here, that is the reason I have written confusing C is equal to K, CC is equal to K, CK is equal to K. So child will be confused what is happening. Okay, let's come to Hindi now. Word list for the speech sound, pa, P. So because they are in slashes, the sound is pa. Okay. And I'm sure today morning also it was discussed, you know, pa is one of the simplest sounds, and you know that visually challenged people can easily articulate pa if they can see, because we can see the lips, you know, coming together. So pa, pa, ba. So bilingual sounds are supposed to be easier than other sounds. Roman Jakobson has written extensively on that. He is not correct, but he has done that. No, it's true to a large extent. Now, see, when you are teaching pa, why are you giving such difficult words like jalpan? Jalpan is here. Jalpan, you can say that the second media word, media words, and whatever is there I have taken, these are not my mistakes. So medial position. Now see that. Look, jalpan. When you say, I'll show you the table where at what age children articulate bha, at what age children articulate la, at what age children articulate ja, etc., etc. A list of sounds in Indian languages. I have worked on that. It was a published paper long ago. It has been quoted by many people also. Now, papa is okay, but bhap is not okay. Pa, pha, ba, bha. Bha is articulated by children at a much later stage. I can show it to you, but I'll show you the table a little later. The same thing, see, ha, tha. Ha is much later, but ha is there. Oh no, it is ha. Oh, I am sorry. Jalpan, see, chapa kal. See, a pankha. Pankha is very difficult. Pankha. There is a cluster here, nkha, nkha. That's not simple. Pakha is okay. Pankha is very difficult. And if you give this word to a 1.5 or 2-year-old child, maybe will say pakha, cannot say pankha. It's very difficult. So, you know, when you are giving words, we must know what is simple, what is the movement has to be from simple to difficult. And there is a definition of simple, there is a definition of difficult also, because we cannot define it the way we like. So simple is whatever is easy to pronounce on the part of a child, or whatever the child speaks first, that is simple. Whatever the child speaks later or articulates, or those sounds which emerge in the children's language later, those are difficult. So these things are quite important. From that point of view, you know, these data are not good data. Let's come to Ha. Ha emerges much later. And see Haldi, La Da cluster. Haldi, it will be very difficult. La emerges much later, and Haldi, I assure you, you can conduct an experiment. A 2-year-old child will not be, a 1.5-year-old child will not be able to say Haldi. Because La Da cluster is not there in a child's language. It has to be consonant vowel, consonant vowel. We'll say, I may say Hadi, not Haldi. And I'll give you, you know, there are lots of Telugu colleagues here, and I'm sure you have seen that when you call a child, you say Da, not Ra. Always. I'm sure you have you do, and if you have a pet, because my colleagues who have pets, they will say, hey, Da, Da, Da. You should ask why instead of Ra, when you call an adult, you say Ra. Forget about Randi. Ra, let's say friend. Or, and when you say child, you say Da. Why do you say Da? Why not Ra? There must be a reason. So these are very important things. So Da is simpler than Ra. And today morning there was the previous session there was a letter sound correspondence. In Tamil, articulation of Ra in the beginning of a word is very difficult. I can name my colleague, senior colleague, one of the greatest linguists of South India, K. Rangan. He always will say K. Arangan. Not Rangan, always Arangan. So Ra is difficult in the beginning of a word, and if you must be careful, you must know these things when you are preparing materials. That's, I'll give you another example. From Telugu itself, you say Rendu, but when it comes to 20, you say Irvai. Ravai, no, you don't say that. Why Irvai? Why not Ravai? Moodu Muppai, Nalgu Nalvai, Rendu Irvai. Why Irvai? Why do you insert a vowel in the beginning? In Telugu, it is Yerudu and Irvai. See, so that is the reason. We must have reasons for whatever we are doing. Okay. Now, about Ha, I think it is bad that we are using such data for, okay. Now, this is something which is marvelous. Word list for the speech sound, it is A. The letter E represents the sound A. But see everywhere, the person who has prepared it, because it is the letter, the name of the letter is E, see, Ik, Inam, Indhan, Imli, forget about the spelling, I am not worried about email or Imli. Ishwar, you forget about the spelling. See, E represents the letter E, which should have represented A. Everywhere the person who is prepared has the data accepted it or used it as E. Can you see the mistake? No, not mistake, it's a blunder. Instead of giving examples for the sound A, the person has given examples for the sound E. And this kind of data somebody must be, we are using. And so these are the reasons for which, and see, machli padhai. So, these are very difficult sounds for Adha, Cha, Mithai, even Pakshi. And these are Pakshi, even most Hindi speakers will say Panchi, not Pakshi. Because Paksha is very difficult for us to articulate, so that's why it's Panchi. In my Odia, I'll say Pakhi. And Bangla also it's Pakhi. And many Indian languages, it's Pakhi. We simplify the difficult sounds. See, here this is something which is a blunder, nothing less than a blunder. Okay. Okay, now look at, this is something which I have worked on. Both my children's acquisition of phonology are at the age of 11 months. E at 1 year, U 1 year 1 month, A 1 year 2 months the first one, 1 year 3 months the second one, O 1 month 3 months, 1 year 3 months the first one, a second one 1 year 5 months. O, see, U 2 year 4, 2 years 4 months, 2 years 6 months. So O is a very difficult sound, remember that. Okay, then see, it is immediately ta, ta, da, pa, ba, ma, ka, na, la comes at 1.6, 1 year 6 months. Tha 1 year 9 months. Dha 1 year 9 months. Cha 1 year 10 months. Now ha has not appeared anywhere. Then you go there, pa 1 year 10 months, kha 1 year 10 months, cha 1 year 10 months, bha 1 year, etc. etc. I have given a, see, ha appears when? Oh, 2 years and 4 months. When both the kids were 2 years, 4 months old, they first time articulated words which have ha. And in the data that I presented to you, you saw that ha has been used. That's not the way. So if we are interested in speech therapy, child language acquisition, etc., etc., we have to talk about the simplicity, difficulty of sounds also. This is something, these are some of the points. And the next point is that there is, after Tare Zamin Par, lot of people thought about dyslexia. Dyslexia is not at all important in Indian languages. Dyslexia is a script-dependent problem, disorder. If you want, I have presented it long ago, 2009 I suppose. The paper is here. I can give you data. Always, we have worked on dyslexia in detail. Hindi only we have taken, and a student has worked with me on Kannada, another student has worked with it on Telugu, and we don't find, there will be slight problems, that's okay. But if when it comes to English, it's a script dependent, because ba, B, D, 6, 9, etc., they are problematic. So there is a problem because of these things. So dyslexia, when you talk about, it shouldn't be a big problem for Indian languages. Even somebody in a conference, I said that if we find a child to be dyslexic, let's start teaching, let's see that the child writes English in Hindi, Devanagari, Telugu, Odia, Kannada, or whatever script. Because dyslexia won't be there forever. Once the child becomes, gets rid of that dyslexic stage, we can teach the child again the English alphabet. So that was the argument. I think with these words I should stop. If there are questions, comments, of course there will be questions and comments, I can tell. We have started late. I thought this would be good enough for this thing.
So any questions, please, audience?
Yes?
Yeah, you can.
Just a minute, just a minute.
Hello, that was a really good presentation, sir. Thank you for that. And just wanted to ask you, the list which you have shown for speech development of those sounds, is it applicable for all Indian languages?
It's universal. Not only Indian languages, the world's languages. Mostly, not 100%, 90-95%, the same thing happens in Eskimo, Japanese, Russian, English, etc., etc.
Because in English, the sequence of the speech sound development is different.
No, 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 no. Letters are different. Sounds are not. No. Vowels, whatever vowels we have, the same order. You know, I have data on German, French, English, of course. I've worked on Telugu. A student, Srinivas, who was in, so, what is her name who worked on under Professor Lakshmibai? Yes. Then Srivastava in Hindi. So the same, everywhere it's the same. Slight difference will be there, but 90% should be the same.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Actually, sir, linguistics can help to solve the language disorder problems. Not only I think so, not only language disorder problem, and especially for children with hearing impairment, for each special educator requires this knowledge, and wonderful practice is also required, I think so, sir. That's what my opinion.
No, first of all, let's learn from each other. I'm
Both-
emphasizing again.
Yeah.
You should learn linguistics from me. I'll learn, you know, speech science, all those things from you, so that we can be on the same page. The
Work together.
yeah, yes, that's important. So that, you know, look, the person has given the sound A, letter E sounds A, and everywhere it's E.
But in our curriculum, sir, actually in B.Ed and D.Ed curriculum, we have 100 hours of speech lessons or linguistic related to linguistics we have. But that much of training as we are getting or not, I don't know.
So
but I think so.
If since I don't know, I'm serious. If you want, we can look at those 100 hours of
Speech
testing.
practicum, yeah. Actually, this should be more emphasized, I think so, for to
Yes,
solve
we
this
can
language
do that.
disorders.
There are some other colleagues also. We can sit
Yeah.
together sometime and we can look at it. So we can work on that.
Yeah.
And it will be a fantastic publication, I tell you. Fantastic publication at the international level. We can do all those things. We can do, because most countries do not have the varieties we have.
Actually, here in Telangana region also, many of the teachers, they are teaching this paper, audiologist and special educator also teaching this speech and speech related topics in many centers and schools also.
That you
So
will have to decide.
That we need
We
to.
can know. We can have a small workshop, maybe.
Yeah, then only the teachers will be
It's
benefited.
possible. We can do
Yeah.
that. That's not an issue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your.
Huh? Say that again. I couldn't hear properly. I heard, but I want others to hear also.
See, when child found logics in the words, see, how do we explain to them? Like, is that rule or is that, how do you explain the logics in the words? Like,
please.
we
Yeah,
have
no,
to
it's-
explain like it's a rule or what, sir? It's rule of the language.
Wait, no. Whenever one speaks a language, there must be rules. There must be rules, not should be rules. It's, first of all, you observe what is happening, then look at what others are doing, whether similar things are happening by other children also speaking the same language also or not. Then you ask, why is it? I give you a simple example. For adults, Telugu speakers, when they call them, say Ra, but children, they say Da. There is a rule for that. Why Ra didn't become Ka? Why it not become Pa? Why it become Da? You know, there must be some kind of rule for that. And that can be explained. That's not an issue. You can give me example right now. Let's discuss that. I can discuss that with you. If you tell me what is happening, what a child has done, oh, I can recognize. I can make easily recognize whether a person is from Andhra or Telangana. Nothing. I'll ask that person to give a word like Satyanarayana. If somebody says Satyanarayana, he's from Telangana. If it's Satyanarayana, he's from Andhra. Very simple. If it is Nagendra, he's from Andhra. If it is Nagender, from Telangana. So there are rules, and we will have to understand those things. There are rules, and most of the rules are universal. Most means 90%. Universal. They apply. Thank you. Thank you. मैं लिफट से यहाँ आया. Administer and administration, not administration. In many languages, I can give you examples where these things happen. Dharmender, Jitender, not Dharmendra and Jitendra. So, a lot of rules are there which are universal. Only thing is that we must have the kind of exposure. Once we have exposure, it's very easy to explain many things. No, I'm sorry, 100% explanations are not possible, but 90-95% we can do, because all the whys cannot be answered, but most of the whys can be answered. So if you do that, so that will be fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
I have one question, sir. Sir, you said
Yes.
dyslexia is not a problem for...
Wait, I want to hear you. Yes.
You've just said this big statement here, dyslexia is not a problem for Indian children. Then how do we explain the so many cases that we see regularly in our schools? Like the children are actually making those dyslexic mistakes where they skip the word, where they leave the, they do these omissions, deletions. So can you just help us understand that?
Well, my immediate response will be, what are the teachers doing? The students will follow whatever the teachers say. Do you know, when I went to study linguistics at Delhi, my English medium students ridiculed me for my pronunciation. It's because I'm an Odia, and those days I was more Odia. So I used to speak English. And I shall come tomorrow. You should stay on. Obviously people, so then a professor of mine, he asked me to meet him at 5:30 in the morning. Very busy professor, Professor Prem Singh. So I met him at 5:30 in the morning. He gave me tips. I'm a teacher student, always. I have been always a teacher student. And whatever my teacher says, I'll do that. So I did that, and my English is reasonably all right now. So you first of all find out what do the teachers do? When you say the students are doing all these things, what do the teachers do? That's much more important. So you will have to find it out. If the teacher says author, yes, the author of this book, then the student will say the author of this book. Or if the teacher says what? Let's say Kana, the student will also be, तुमने खाना खाया? I heard that de-aspiration I have heard in the morning. So obviously the student will also do that. So the teachers should also train themselves in a little better way. So then only there will be an improvement. Otherwise it's very difficult.
Sir, I have a doubt which is not really relevant.
No, I'm through. See, yes, no, please, ma'am. No,
It's not related to your paper, but I've had this question raised to me, and I am strong in English, but I don't have an answer for this. Where do you use see and where do you use look?
Oh, that we'll discuss after I get down, so that's not an issue.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
It was really wonderful listening to you, and
Thank
it
you,
was a
sir.
very nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks. a lot.
Thank you.
Professor Mohanty, you have raised 3 pertinent questions, that is phonotactics, grapheme-phoneme correspondence, and visualization of data. So what happens, grapheme-phoneme correspondence lacks in English, but Indian languages have that. At the same time, phonotactics differs from language to language. And visualization of data, this is a really problem. The students, they take data from internet, and that is how the data they present, that is not very, very relevant. Thanks for the lively presentation.
So, Professor Mohanty has helped NCED last time, that was 2012. So far, we have conducted NCED-INDIA conferences 3 times in Andhra Pradesh. First time in Tirupati, that was in 1996. Second time, with the help of our Professor Mohanty ji at Central University, Hyderabad Central University. So, as he said, he has not charged anything, and he has given very good hospitality. So I really, on behalf of NCED, I salute you, sir, and at the same time I wanted to honor you on behalf of all the NCED people.
Can we have a round of applause? Thank you, sir. We are now moving on into our workshop sessions. The first workshop is on the topic Auditor-Verbal Therapy. The role of auditory verbal therapy in supporting children with hearing impairment, led by Deeksha Rayapati. I would also like to request Chair and Co-Chairperson Professor Umar Khan sir, Dr. S. Srividya ma'am, and Dr. Shiva Prasad sir to take your seat, please.
Yes, ma'am. A very good evening, everyone. So, my topic of presentation is role of AVT in supporting children with hearing impairment. So, AVT, auditory verbal therapy, these days which is also called as LSL intervention, which is listening and spoken language intervention. Let's see what is AVT and how does it help the children with hearing impairment. So, when a child is diagnosed with hearing loss, the child is fitted with a hearing aid or a cochlear implant. What does it really give? I just want to make this session a little interactive so that I don't sleep and you also don't sleep. When we fit a hearing aid or a cochlear implant, depending on the diagnosis of the child, what are we giving the child? Sorry? Sound input. Amplification. Yes, ma'am. Any more answers? So we are giving access to the sound. So when there is hearing impairment, there is a gate that is closed to brain, right? So it is not the ear that is hearing our sound, whatever the sound that is coming, it is the brain that is responding to the sound. This is just a sense organ which is transporting the impulses to the brain which perceives hearing. So we are giving access, we are opening the gates to the brain to perceive that sound which is present in the environment, right? So with hearing aid or a cochlear implant, we give access to the sound to pass to the brain. Then what happens? We'll just listen to this video. Play it from there. पीछे मत लेना, वहीं से play कर दो.
This lesson, we will listen to one simple story in French. It is perfect for all beginners. We will start by listening to the text with subtitles. Then we'll go through the parts of the text with translation. Finally, we will listen to the text again, without subtitles and without translation, and answer the questions.
Jamais trop tard. Alex est un homme plus âgé. Il a 60 ans. Un jour, il a décidé de se mettre à la course. Il n'avait jamais couru auparavant. Il a décidé de le faire parce qu'il voulait se sentir en meilleure santé. Il a commencé à courir lentement, juste un peu au...
How many are understanding the story? Wow. I didn't expect that. So you know the language. And how many else? Which language is this? So that is French. I do not know, and I did not expect anybody to know here, but I'm glad you know, ma'am. So because this is a new language to us, we do not know anything about it. So when we fit a hearing aid or an implant to a hearing impaired child, initially whatever language the child is in, they will only understand that something is there, but they will not know the essence of it. So there comes auditory verbal therapy. So auditory verbal therapy is basically building the brain to understand the speech sounds that are present in his or her environment through listening and helping the child to learn spoken language communication through various listening strategies. That is auditory verbal therapy. So there are 10 different principles on which auditory verbal therapy is based. Some of the main principles are early identification, early intervention, one-to-one teaching. So it is a one-to-one speech therapy, auditory verbal therapy. It is individual and including the child to a mainstream education, integrating them into a normal school and monitoring their progress every now and then. These are the few principles and other principles. And how are these goals achieved? Auditory verbal therapy, it mainly focuses on parents to be the primary facilitators of language, speech and language, and it also focuses on integrating listening into their daily life and also to follow a natural developmental pattern and using hearing, because it is audition that we are mostly working on. It focuses on hearing to take as the main sensory organ and to encourage self-monitoring to the child. So what do you think is most common in all these principles? What is a common feature that we are finding in most of the principles that are there here? Guiding and coaching? Guiding and coaching the parents. Yes. So that is one of the most important thing that we focus on and depend on in auditory verbal therapy or LSL intervention. Why are parents so important? Why do you think parents are so important? Yes, they spend with the child for a very longer time. They are responsible. Yes, ma'am. Emotional bond is intact. The parent knows what the child likes, what are the dislikes of the child, when the child will be comfortable to interact with the parent or with others, when the child is ready to accept what activities we are teaching them. And mother is the first teacher of the child. So one more thing that we focus on is not just the mother. When we say parents, we include the whole family when we talk about AVT. So because not just the mother, not father, it is the whole family that has to be keeping them in a listening environment so that the child picks every word and everything that is going on around in their surrounding environment. So why are parents important? Generally, if we see a typical hearing child listens to 1700 words per hour. After they are born, on an average, they hear around 1700 words per hour. And to get a particular word in their memory, to fix in their long-term memory, the child has to listen to a word in 40 different sentences. So when I have to teach apple, I will not say apple, apple, apple for 40 times, but I will say that particular word in 40 different sentences and it will stay in the mind. So that is how a typical hearing child learns language. And by the time they are in school, they are in a school-going age, they almost heard around 40 million words. So this is the listening that happens for a typical hearing child. And when it comes to a hearing impaired child, they will get an access to the sound with hearing aid or an implant after it is fixed. And does a 45-minute therapy sufficient to get so much listening, so many words to reach that 40 million goal? No. So it is very important to train, guide and coach the parents with these listening strategies, and so that they will use these strategies at home in the child's natural environment, and child will be able to learn language faster. So coming to the key principles of auditory verbal therapy, it is a listening-centered approach where listening is the main focus. And this is by involving the parent a lot. So we brainstorm the goals with the parent, we brainstorm the activities that they can do at home with the parents, and we also understand what the child's likes and dislikes are from the parents, and depending on that, we plan our own activities in the session. So this parental involvement is always there. And this is through natural language developmental pattern. Because auditory verbal therapy is focused on early intervention, we are talking about children of age below 3 years, below 5 years. So AVT is meant to be AVT for children below 3 years. When we are talking about children in such a young age, we do not do a structured therapy, we do a very natural language developmental patterned therapy where we do not focus on words and go to phrases and sentences. From day one, we speak in sentences and we expect the same with the parent. Only depending on the age and stage of the child, we move on and improve, but we start from top to bottom. Not from words to sentences. We do start from sentences and use different strategies to improve them on and on. So we use natural developmental pattern, and it helps in facilitating the use of the hearing technology. So when we do auditory verbal therapy and a child who does not get auditory verbal therapy, there is a slight there will be a difference in the way the child hears different sounds and understands different sounds. So when we train the brain with this hearing aid and when listening is the main focus, they will take full advantage of whatever amplification or implant that they are using. And finally, they are individualized because every child is different from each other. So with these principles, the goals that we achieve are age-appropriate speech and language, auditory and language development focused through listening, integrate them into the mainstream education, and full use of their hearing technology. So with all these, what do we achieve? What is the role and what does it really do to the child who is hearing impaired? So it will facilitate spoken language development. So when we are doing auditory verbal therapy, we focus on listening in different stages. We go through auditory stages like detection, discrimination, identification, and comprehension of different words and sentences, and we take them through that. So with this, they will have full access to all the speech sounds in that particular language, and they will be better able to communicate with everybody. So with that, once the listening of the child is getting improved, what will reduce? Lip reading will reduce, visual cues will reduce, the gestures that the child will be using will be reduced. So all these will reduce as the listening improves and improves over a period of time. And then they will be able to perform as good as their hearing peers, their own age typical hearing peers. And it promotes early brain development. So whenever it is whenever the hearing technology is given early, as the principles say, when it is early intervention, they will stimulate the brain much better than in the older children. So it will help the nerve connections, neural connections to get stronger, and the auditory cortex, and then in turn the speech and motor cortex, the connections between these will become stronger and stronger. This will help in early brain development. And also along with language, we all know that language and cognition are very linked. They go hand in hand. So once the language is improving, cognitive concepts will improve, and as the cognition and auditory verbal therapy, generally when we are doing auditory verbal therapy, it is not just audition that we work on or language that we work on. We work on audition, receptive expressive language, we work on speech, we also work on cognition and social communication. So we work on all the domains parallelly so that the child will improve on, and this will holistically improve the brain. Then it enhances the academic success. So school environment, a normal classroom is a very complex language environment where the teacher will be standing somewhere, she will be teaching something new in different sentences, in different subjects, and different students will be asking questions. The child has to analyze what the question is asked, and she or he also has to ask doubts and follow the conversation, and all this in a noisy environment. It is not a silent environment. This is a speech in noise situation. So the child is equipped with such good listening skills when we do auditory verbal therapy, so that the child will be competitive enough to get into the mainstream education and compete with the other children. It also improves social integration. The children will not hesitate to communicate with their peers. The other children who are the typical hearing peers, they will also not have problem with communicating with the child, so that there will be a connection that will be formed. They can make more friends, because we predominantly live in a hearing world. So that confidence with which a child can communicate and play games and be with the normal hearing peers will automatically improve. They can play different games, so when a child is playing a game, they have to follow the instructions of the game. They should know the sequence of what comes next. So to understand all these, they have to have good amount of language. So when their listening is improved, their communication with other children and following the conversations and all this will automatically get better. And they will also be confident and happier to go into other extracurricular activities like music and instruments and vocal and whatnot, everything. We do have lot of hearing impaired children who have good language and are excelling in different extracurricular activities as well. And it involves parents. So as we already spoke, it involves parents as the primary facilitators, because it is not just the therapy session that the child has to interact in. The parent has to be able, parent himself or herself should be equipped to take these strategies and goals to home, and they have to be able to tell the other family members as well how to communicate with the child in initial days, and this will slowly improve their speech and language development. So they will not just stay in the session, they are not just the observers, they are partners with us. And this will ensure that the child will always be reinforced continuously to listen and talk. Not just in the session, but in outside environment too. And this will help in optimizing the hearing technology and take the full advantage of whatever hearing device that they are using. And it also focuses on individual needs, as we already spoke, because each child is different, their hearing level will be different, their developmental stage will be different, their learning pace will be different. There are children with associated problems, and there are children without associated problems. And in those children also, each child will be different. So every child that walks in, and when they are fit with a hearing aid or an implant, we first do a current level of function. We will know that current level of function of the child to take them from there in different domains. And this is one-to-one. So with all this, with all the listening and spoken language that the child develops, he will also build lot of confidence and independence, so that he can get on with his life over a period of time. And self-advocacy is one of the most important thing that auditory verbal therapy also focuses on. During the sessions, as the child reaches sentence level, and when the child is making conversations as young as 2.5, 3-year-old, we try to make the child advocate for themselves, because they should not feel once they go out that this is something that other children don't have. So they should be able to advocate themselves, not just look at the parents, but they should be able to confidently say that this is this, and this is helping me for this, and I have this. So they will be able to advocate for themselves. So why does early intervention matters? Not just auditory verbal therapy, early intervention is there for any disorders that are there in children. Why? Yes, thank you. So neural plasticity. So we all know about neural plasticity. There is use or lose phenomena where when they are not used in the critical period, they will be lost. So auditory hearing development, hearing is also a neurodevelopmental emergency. So when it is identified early and intervened early, the child will be able to get into the normal developmental phenomena really quickly. So it will minimize the effect of loss on speech and language development and further developments. So factors, there are a lot of factors that will affect the outcomes of auditory verbal therapy or LSL. Because age is very important factor, as we already are talking about. Early intervention is important. So 64% of all the factors, 64% of the affecting factor is age. So as early it is identified and intervened, it is better. Audiological management, if the hearing aid is right for the child or not, or if the child has to go for a cochlear implant, and how is the hearing aid or cochlear implant programmed or mapped respectively, also will decide how the child is able to hear and for performing in auditory verbal therapy and learning language. Emotional state of the family is one more thing. Cause and degree of hearing impairment is one more thing. And health of the child, family participation, and skills of therapist, then with the parent. All these will are different factors that will affect the outcome of language therapy. And what are the factors that are important for good habilitation that has to happen? Early detection, again, brain plasticity and critical age. Audiological management should be good. Effective intervention should happen. Family should be involved. And a listening environment should always be there for the child. So, as a whole, auditory verbal therapy, it is essential for all the hearing impaired children who are wearing hearing aids and cochlear implants to listen, to get the tools to listen, to follow the strategies, to listen and learn spoken language communication, for early language development, to enhance their social and academic success, and to empower different families. So AVT, it will create a path for hearing impaired children. It is a team approach. Parents will be the primary member of the team, and the audiologist and the auditory verbal therapist make a team, and we keep following up with the audiologist so that during therapy, if there is anything that we note that the child is not hearing properly, we will get back to the audiologist or ask the parent to get back to the audiologist so that they will be programmed and mapped well again. So, thank you. Any discussion?
Hello.
Sir.
Diksha, your presentation is very excellent.
Thank you, sir.
But you have mentioned parents have to play primary role and important role.
Yes, sir.
That's absolutely correct. But all the factors which you have given,
yes, sir.
in that you have not mentioned socio-economic conditions of the parents. Because I have seen so many parents who are coming from a very low socio-economic status,
yes,
uneducated parents, and poor people, those who go for the labor work. So those parents are not able to pay attention and teach the children and provide proper instruction. Therefore, those children are coming back to special schools, though they have been implanted,
yes,
but it is not going to be used.
Yes, sir.
What is your solution for that?
So, as I already yes, sir, I'm sorry I missed that point there. And sir, so when a child is implanted, before the child is implanted, the parents has to be first counseled about therapy. So lot of parents, lot of children who are getting implanted in schemes, any schemes, they are very below poverty line parents, and they do not know what they are going for. They are just going for it. That they know that the child is hearing impaired, government is giving this, and we are going for this. So whoever is giving that implant should first counsel the parents that once your implant is done, that is not the job. The actual job starts from there. They have to come for therapy after implant. That is very important, sir. So the person who is counseling them for implant should counsel the parent about auditory verbal therapy as well. And the therapist should make sure that the parent sits in the therapy and observe therapy, involve in the therapy, and follow those instructions at home also.
Sir, I'd like to add something to it. As you said, like, the lowest socioeconomic, those patients. Frankly speaking, in my experience, like this much experience, AVT majorly focus on age, sir. So if the child is implanted at the age of 1 year or below 1.5 year old, so frankly speaking, even like, we have seen kids who underwent cochlear implants under ADIP scheme, around 1 year or 1.5 year old kids. They are like, any other normal kids, and they are going to normal schools, because first thing is mostly they undergo cochlear implant under any government scheme or else through NGOs. So under ADIP scheme, it's free of cost. Everything is almost like free of cost. Even the service charges also, government is taking care of it. And NGOs also supporting implant as well as the therapy, even the service related things, everything. So if the child's progress is very good, so even the parents there are parents who are staying in Hyderabad. I know some parents, some of my parents who are working as a watchmen, and there is one vegetable vendor. So there is one more person, like, Muggammadam and like, I don't know what it's called. So there are people with just for living expenses they earn, but they're related to a child, their therapy part or the maintenance part, government is taking care of it or NGOs are taking care of it. But over a period of time, after seeing the child's results, outcomes, after 2 years or 3 years, they are very happy and they are going to normal schools. As you said, children who underwent implant after 3 years or 4 years, they are struggling a lot, because there is not much improvement in the child, and at the same time the maintenance is high. So it is mainly based on the age of the intervention. Yes.
Sir, I would like to know, under ADIP scheme, how many kids of below the age of 1 or 1.5 were implanted?
My clinic, we have almost close to 300 recipients, 300 implants under ADIP scheme altogether. And no, I'm coming. Altogether in 300, out of 300, maybe around 10 kids. Very less, very less.
So when you speak of 1 year or so, then that's what I'm saying, the number is too less, because the parents are not even aware that the child has a hearing problem. So what Mr. Khan is saying is also right, because I have personally seen that parents, they stay very far away. Firstly, they don't understand, when we are talking of AVT, mapping is a very important part, because if the correct listening, correct listening, hearing wise, if it's not correct, then AVT or anything will not work. So everybody does talk of AVT, therapy, everything, nobody talks of mapping. So that is also very important, and parents they're not aware about mapping. They don't even know when they have to come back. And there is no clarity, no proper, because in last year when we had our NCED conference, same topic was taken up at Indore, where we had lot of patients who had a lot of issues. When they said that, proper guidance was not given, and they went back to sign language. It is not based on center to center, sir.
They could not afford to pay sometimes. But not only, but see, sir, so many who are done the operations are so bad. Now, children who have been put with metal are really suffering,
Let's not take up this topic, please, because this is an endless. We've experienced this in Indore. I think you should not have started this. So I think, no. Sridevi, let's not. Okay, only research. Last question, because it's a very.
Yeah, one question related to research, because this is NCED conference. Okay, how? Yeah.
Examples of. Okay, I have many examples where the cochlear of the EDIP scheme and so on, but they went for it, selling their land, and they had a cochlear implant. After some time, it did not work well, and every week or 15 days they have to change the battery. So they could not afford, and it was left alone. I can say more than 15, 20 examples I have who have gone for this. That they have gone by themselves, and there was no success at all because the age matters very much. And many children were gone for that because many of them said that as soon as you put the cochlear implant, child will start speaking. That's very important that guidance is needed to be given to the parents, and parents are not able to give them speech therapy. So they have to spend a lot of money for speech therapy, and they could not, many of them could not afford. So I don't know, okay, people, those who can afford it is well, but the background of the people whom cannot go for that, they also for speech therapy, because speech therapy also charged very highly. So what is the solution? Because we are also coming from very, very true, very true, very true. Yeah.
Post-op related thing, yes, it has to be explained, and there is a 100% mistakes from the professional side. Either it can be doctors or the audiologists or the therapist, anyone. Professionals, their misguidance is there to the parents. I agree on that.
Yeah. Do you have 1 minute, sir? Do you have any data relevant to AVT therapy success rate in Andhra and Telangana? How many cases are there in mainstream based on AVT
on auditory verbal therapy, ma'am?
Yeah. Post-therapy.
Post-therapy. No, ma'am. We only have international studies right now.
Okay.
And we have studies which are done from
Why
Aish.
can't you conduct a study on this?
Yes.
Yeah?
Helen Keller is taking care of that. We wanted to do entire Andhra and Telangana.
Done last suggestion.
Because we have more than 20 students coming back to special school. So there's a so pathetic situation, no?
Sir, I have one suggestion. I have one suggestion for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Your paper is good, but you say you have your center doing all the things that you were talking about.
Yes,
Why
ma'am.
are you using net pictures? Why can't you use your clinic pictures? It's not, see, it is not believable if you download from the net and put it up here. Use your own photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
No.
We have our pics. Frankly speaking, this, entire PPT, it was prepared last night. So it was last minute, so it was yeah, I agree. Yes, I agree, yeah. Next time we will take care of it. Thank you.
Ma'am,
Thank you, Prasad.
ma'am, these are all our children. These are all our kids, ma'am. No, ma'am, I am accepting myself that all the pictures inside the PPT are from net, but these are our children. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Next time when I do a presentation, I'll make sure I'll put our kids. Thank you, ma'am.
We'll stop here
Sure.
and
Thank you,
we'll move further.
Ma'am,
Please.
I have a
Thank
question.
you very much. Diksha as well as Prasad. Prasad, thank you for accepting and presenting the.
Ma'am, I have a question, sir. Sorry, I have a question regarding: does AVT do we have to? Does AVT work only for children with implants, or can it be applied for children with speech delays or children on the spectrum who are verbal but not able to speak?
So generally, once the child is normal hearing, we have other speech and language strategies that we use, other speech and language techniques that we use. But when it comes to children with hearing impairment, if the child with spectrum has hearing problems, then yes, we use auditory verbal therapy along with language strategies also. But if a child is normal hearing and has associated problems, then that is speech and language therapy altogether.
Correct, correct. And ma'am, is integrated listening
Yes,
therapy
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
different from AVT?
Sorry.
Is integrated listening therapy anywhere related to LSL?
Integrated listening therapy. So I heard of auditory verbal therapy and listening and spoken language therapy, but integrated listening.
It's a different type of therapy now being given.
Can you elaborate a little?
Actually, I also don't know much, so I was hoping to find out here if we will get to know about it. They're using it for children with children on the spectrum, but we don't know. Like, there's no data on it or nothing. So I just wanted to know.
I'll also go back and do some research on that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can I make a couple
Thank you
of
so
comments?
much.
Wait. Can I make a couple of comments?
Sir, please.
You never mentioned mother tongue anywhere.
So whatever I am saying, that sounds that are present in natural environment in their surroundings.
I'm sorry, now in Hyderabad, I hear a lot of parents talking to their children in English.
Yes, sir.
So that is something which has to be emphasized now. Number one. Number two, I have friends, mother speaks one language, father speaks another language.
Yes, sir.
So when we talk about parents, you should be, considering these things also, especially that.
So,
wait,
yes,
let
sir.
me complete.
Yes, sir.
It is time, probably we should work together to prove that critical period hypothesis is not so very important now. Critical period hypothesis is no more look, it was Eric Leniberg who systematized that in 1967. There is a case study of Genie, Genie, and there is a fat book written by Susan Curtis, Curtiss, and how Genie acquired the language. And Genie was discovered when she was 13 years old, and the University of California, Victoria Fromkin, Susan Curtis, all these people started. There is a very fat book on Genie. So, and I have acquired a lot of languages after 2025. No, listening. So yes. No, wait. No, we are talking about critical period hypothesis.
We are talking about critical period hypothesis in congenital hearing loss patients, sir. Who are hearing loss?
I'm not saying, I said let's or no.
Yes, sir.
Larry Kenway in his Biological Foundations of Language, it's a very fat book in which he says he is not proposed. A lot of people say that Leniberg has proposed that. No, he was not the first person. It was proposed in 1959. So that's a different story.
So,
we will discuss later afterwards.
thank you, sir.
Please, let us move further. Next to research papers.
Thank you, ma'am, for that incredibly insightful workshop. Your expertise and practical approach have given us a deeper understanding of the importance of AVT in transforming the lives of children with hearing impairment. We truly appreciate the valuable knowledge you've shared with us.
All right, now we have a next round of another.
Can we have a round of applause, please?
A bit louder. Now we have another session of a presentation of 3 research papers. The theme is Inclusive Education Practices, Strategies and Frameworks for Integrating Students with Disabilities in into mainstream classrooms. We have 3 papers. The first paper is by Mrs. Aditi Atre, Inclusive Education Practices, Strategies and Framework for Integrating Students with Disabilities into Mainstream Classrooms.
Why are you stuttering, Ray? Tension.
The chair and co-chair are Dr. K. Sridevi ma'am, Mrs. Lata Nayak ma'am, Dr. Bashir Ahmed sir. Sri Pooja ma'am.
I would request them to take their place.
Once again, Dr. K. Sridevi ma'am, Mrs. Lata Nayak ma'am, and Pooja ma'am.
Attention please. After this research paper presentation, there will be poll. So be prepared for this. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Should I begin? Respected jury, officials of NCED and my friends, I thank NCED for giving me this opportunity, and I congratulate ma'am for having the WhatsApp poll. Thank you so much. I am talking about what I practice at school, so it is a very theoretical and descriptive paper, I guess. So I'm talking about strategies and frameworks. This is us. We are having 2,000 children in our school from pre-primary to senior secondary section, and having almost 136 teachers who are working and shaping the children. So it's an inclusive setup. I won't spend more time in introduction because that is not very important right now. I want to focus upon the strategies which we use. So education as through RTs 16 to 14 free and compulsory education, as we all know. Also it is very important to have inclusive placements which have positive academic outcomes, and there is a positive link between inclusive education and socialization later on. So inclusive setup develops stronger skills in children as well. We follow this process. Generally, the cases are referred by the special educator, teachers, or the parents, and the counselors also. We work as a team. Reference note is first given, then referral form is filled, then interaction with parents, going through the reports which are given by the parents, or we ask for reports if we feel that there has to be some kind of tests run through. And then counseling sessions begin and regular feedback is also given. So these are the following steps which we follow in our school. Role of a counselor, as we all know, that rapport establishment, having case history, regular meetings with parents, counseling sessions, and cumulative records are maintained, and regular follow-up is also takes place. And along with that, all these committees are formed right now. So she or he looks after the same for the committee meetings also. Role of a special educator is also defined. Interaction with parents is there. Identifying the areas which are to be worked upon IEP based formats are used or prepared for each child for remedial sessions, and assigning homework regularly is also there for parents. Cumulative records are maintained throughout, and the teachers and the class teachers, especially the previous year's class teachers, are also taken into consideration because their observations are also very important. Reviewing the success and conducting meetings along with the counselor. So counselor and special educator work all together. Certain protocols are followed. We pull out the children only in non-academic sessions. At least once a week, every child gets a chance to come to the remedial session is also looked upon. And the parents are also involved, but the head of the institutions is also given proper feedback from time to time or the progress of the child. Formats we have prepared for ourselves, which we have made for our convenience. So these are just the samples. We keep cumulative records. I have a record of last 3 years with each of the child, so we know the progress or where the area which is to be worked upon is also visible in the records. These are the referral forms which we have prepared. Along with the general information, as you can see, the behavior patterns are also, observations are there. Special educators report is also there, academic records are there, and any other problems, or if the therapy is taken before, that is also mentioned in the referral forms. I have almost 23 children, mostly ADD and ADHD is more visible, and these are some observations, but I would like to just use the things, mention the things which we practice. That is, small tasks are given, chunks are given, schedule timetable is given as in the context of ADD. For ADHD, we generally need-based IEP as usual for all children. Behavior modification, shaping, token economy, and defining rules is used mostly because those children need more of behavior modifications at times. For ADHD, again, some dictation practice is given if needed. Increased span by giving some timed activities also used. For cerebral palsy, writing speed is sometimes very slow, which you will see the video later on. But the child is intelligent. This particular child is very intelligent, so we give him, allow him the time to complete his work. Autism with mild symptoms is also there. Delayed social function is seen in some children, so sometimes they need more time to complete, so timed work is given to them. Sometimes the children get very disturbed, so comforting them from time to time is very much of importance, and that we focus upon. Certain tests are run through by the experts, not in our school, but generally we refer the children to KEM Hospital TDH Center, and the reports are based on such few tests. I want to use this innovative practices, which is first important and foremost is child-centered approach, and then I go from clockwise worksheets. All-time help is extended to counsel, and the special educator and the counselor work for it. Cumulative records are maintained, barrier-free access is there, student-friendly infrastructure, regular training workshops for children. We every year sensitize all the teachers what is special education and what is children with disabilities, as we are using inclusive pattern. Using transition time, nonverbal signals, timely feedback, and setting a timer is used. Making checklists and schedules, mindful breaks, and thinking time is given to students. Going through autism, fixed schedules and information about change in advance is used. And here also we give importance to these two factors. So these are children's representations, like a timely checking of the homework is done. Knowing the numbers the sequence is important, knowing the number, knowing the value, and then using or application or name reading or name number writing. I'll run through these. This is a peculiar example of not having space between words or between letters, which is taken care of. Motor muscle coordination is very important, and then spatial awareness is important, which we create, that the child has done it correctly, but he needs to practice more, which he will do eventually. See the writing pattern. The question is, answer is written by the special need, child of a special need, and this is the actual grammatically correct pattern, so that we show them and correct them accordingly. Neatness comes over the time. This is a video, please play for me. Right hand side, first slide. First square. Right hand side, first square.
Draw the straight lines. Correct, very good. Draw the vertical lines. Draw the horizontal lines. Now start drawing horizontal lines. Start drawing horizontal lines for the straight lines. Start drawing.
The child is trying, and the outcome, which you can see that he could write it. It may not be very accurate, but he could write it on his own. This initial support is given. Kaun, kahan, kaise, kya, what the child has to write. That initial support is given at times. These are the creative expressions, and this is some challenging task for the child with autism who is in 8th standard right now. These are usual pre-writing activities which we all do. This is important, larger to smaller gradually. Teaching aids which we use sometimes for younger children. For eye-hand coordination, and for story we have used sequence. Instead of sequence we have used like a jigsaw. And this is the activity lesson which we later used for maths also. These are some references. Thank you very much. I thank you also, and thank you for listening.
The poll is ready, so you are also. Five questions, and you have to complete within 2 minutes. Okay.
Madam, you
Yes,
have
sir.
mentioned that all these are ADHD children. ADHD is a comorbid condition. Are they dyslexic or autistic children?
Not all of them, sir. Some are with attention deficit disorder, and some are with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
No, that could be comorbid condition. What is the actual language disorder they are having?
No, they are just lacking in sometimes attention span, or lacking in some their writing activities.
Appear to be dyslexic.
Not all of them, sir.
Not all of
No, not all of them. Certainly.
So they are all learning disordered children.
Some of them.
I have a question, ma'am. What about Okay, my question here for
Yes.
you is,
Yes.
what are your teachers trained in?
Teachers are not trained in, so I am there as a special educator and the counselor, and so we work as a team along with the teachers, because they are also taking remedial after their school is over.
Okay, so
So
the
we train them what to do and how to take the extra.
Okay, so you are a counselor and you are trained in what?
I am a special educator. My counselor is different. She's masters in counseling.
No, what I'm trying to come to is, you have different disabilities.
Yes.
Do you have a specific disability trained teacher
No.
to teach?
No, not at all as yet, because last 3 years we are having inclusive setup in the school. The school is 10 years old. So for different disabilities, different special educators are not there in the school.
Actually, ma'am. Hello.
I am related to hearing impairment, yes. No, I don't have any cross disability degree with me. But I with the experience and with what I am reading through, I am going through with trying different things with the children, which works, that works. No, I said that I don't have that specialized degree along with hearing impairment, no. No, I don't refer to them. Just in case if needed, we send them to KEM hospital for their extra inputs if they need at all. They are, I have mentioned that in the slide, they are with mild and moderate category.
Ma'am, one question, ma'am.
Yes.
Actually, which type of assessment tools you are using for children with ADD and ADHD, and autism is also there? You have mentioned autistic cases, and they are studying 8th standard or some other classes there.
Yes.
But which type of assessment tools you have used, and what is their language rate, and what are the other points
that
you have
also I mentioned that we send him to TDH Center, KEM Hospital for assessment. We do not have testing in the school.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, autism test she is not.
Aditi,
Yes.
when we are talking of inclusiveness, so if that child is in class 8th, so is he mingling with the other normal kids of class 8th?
Yes, he has taken admission in 5th standard in our school, and now he is in 8th. He is a very intelligent child. He appears for even Olympiad exams, and that is the task which I show you, which give him the challenging task. That is his level of reading and writing.
So is he giving the same exams as the other normal kids?
Yes, absolutely.
Because what we saw, the level was not of class 8th. The
Of
worksheets
writing.
and all which you showed.
No, only I had mentioned about the autistic child who is in standard 8. We give the challenging task. That image was there.
Which standard?
8th.
8th.
Yes.
But that's exactly what I'm asking. Do you think that are we able to include these kids with the other normal kids?
But it is a fact that we cannot reject any child, so we are supporting
no, that's
him.
a different point. My question is that when we talk of inclusiveness, right, is it actually happening on a practical level?
We are trying to do that. We are trying to include the children in the mainstream setup.
Are the children coming to the same level like the regular children?
Not as same level as the regular children, but they are along with the class. They are not behind the class.
Because Aditi, it's very often found that these children in the inclusive program, these children are shown like as if they are in par with these regular children.
Yes.
And they're just promoted from one class to the other.
Class.
And when they come to the 9th grade, they are all kept back saying, I don't think they are able to clear the 10th.
Yeah,
and
but
then they are asked to go to NIS. That is
what I want to ask then. What happens them after 9th grade?
The picture will be clear because the student is right now in 8th standard. So we look forward that he comes along with the class.
Actually, ma'am, what is the new innovative inclusive strategy you have adopted in your school?
The other slide which I showed, that we use different types of innovative practices which I showed you just now, about using different kinds of worksheets and having different kind of
those are common factors, no? Every school they are maintaining like that worksheets, etc. Is it because you are mainstreaming these children in inclusive practices? Any other new strategy you have adopted?
Like I showed you.
And any other, how many teachers are there in your school for this type of training, especially for the children with special needs?
That is what I said, that we sensitize every time in the beginning of the year, and they refer it to us if needed.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon.
The presentation was very beautifully presented. We could feel we are in your school. But after listening to everybody's questions, so how different is the remedial class in your school? Like you are the only remedial teacher,
Yes.
right? So how different it is when children come for remedial classes in your school?
Like I call them one-to-one. So according to their need, what is going on in the class and what they have not understood, I take care of it.
Okay, so how does it go? Like if you can share.
Like I said, I do it in chunks. Like the child comes to me 35 minutes class, and it takes couple of minutes to reach to me. So we consider 25 minutes, and I have to teach him a small paragraph. That description, that reading and explanation takes that much time.
What is the admission criteria, ma'am, for your school? Because you have mingled many cases, ADD, ADHD and autism. So many cases are there in your school. What is the admission criteria for allowing these children in your school and for mainstreaming also?
We do not take children's interview, but we interview the parents whether they can take care of the children and the environment is suitable to them.
Any questions from behind? Last benches? Yeah, good.
Good afternoon, ma'am. It's really nice. I'm a special educator. So we've worked with several children, but we've brought them at par. Like I said, like you said, that you bring them at par with the regular school children, right? So we work with that, and I think it's really great that you are helping those kids, being at par with the regular students. But here is the problem that I face as a therapist is that we try to make the child as social as possible. But when they go to a school, especially the inclusive schools, they are taken out of class, which are non-academical classes. And like ma'am was mentioning, a lot of these children, we don't know, they might go past 4th grade or 9th grade. We don't know that. But whatever social interaction that they can get in extracurricular activities, it's all taken away from them. And these children actually feel left out, that other children are participating in cultural activities or they're doing something else, while these they have to go attend a remedial class.
Yes.
Whereas we know that these children may or may not get to academics is not really so important for them, because we don't know where they will go, but social interaction, especially in non-curriculum activities, is very important. And that's where I and my children, we feel left out, is because they are not allowed to participate so much. So I would like to know.
I would like to share that we have 3 PE periods in a week. Every child comes to me once a week. So I make it a point that I take that 1 PE period out of 3 periods. That is why I had mentioned that I pull them out for non-academic classes.
Thank you. Over to chairperson and co-chair. We'll have other questions.
How many cases you have in mainstream, ma'am?
I have
How many
mentioned it
cases you have?
serially. I have 23 such children in my school which are identified right now. And that was in the tabular form.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aditi. Moving on to the second research paper, Inclusive Education, Implementation Challenges and Barriers Faced by Schools and Educators in Making Classrooms Inclusive by Susan Kaji. I request the presenter to be on the dais. Moving on to the third, strategies for fostering inclusive early childhood education for children with communication disorders, Dr. Santosh Yadav.
Good afternoon to all of you. This one. Will you please come here? I, Dr. Santosh Yadav, Assistant Professor in Special Education, All India Institute of Speech and Hearing. Today I am going to present a research paper on the topic of strategy for fostering inclusive early childhood education for children with communication disorder. Why communication disorder? Because we are working in the speech and hearing, and we are focusing on the communication disorder. So I've chosen only for the communication disorder, and it will be helpful for the all. I only highlighted for the communication disorder, but it is applicable for the all. So this is my topic, and moving further, my studies roadmap will be the introduction, inclusive classroom in early childhood education, some of the review of the related literature and objectives, methodology I will discuss, and result discussion I will also discuss. Moving further, this is the abstract. I am not going to discuss this, only this is depicted for the seeing purpose. Moving further, education is a cornerstone of every society and every country. So for that, there is a need to develop the mainstream society, mainstream child, as well as the personalities, or we can say special education. So for this, we have many of the act and policies to enhance or to develop the cornerstone as education. So for this, many of the discuss that in the previous presentation, Madam was told about this RT. So RT Act 2009 mandate access inclusive neighborhood school for the CWDs, as well as RPWDs 2016 also emphasized non-discrimination, zero rejection policies, reasonable accommodations, and equitable educations. Moving further, NEP 2020 also emphasized for the foundation and promoting inclusive and quality education. These three are effort aligned with the Sustainable Development Goal 4 to ensure inclusive, equitable education and lifelong learning, and these all achieved till 2030. Moving further, some of the area, what are the status, what is the data of the disability. So as per the census 2011 reported as a 2.68 crore population of the PWDs, in that it was a whole population as a 2.21% of the whole population. In that 1.5 crore men and 1.8 crore women were there. We know that PWD Act 1995 was indicated 7 disability, but in the RPWD Act it was indicated 21 disability, and it was replaced to the PWD Act. As December 2024, we have 10,70,554 UDID holder. It is a good data, and it is appreciable for the, means we are identifying to the disability as a card holder, and according this we are providing the support as a Government of India as well as the state government. So there is some of the data also as a Gujarat, and in that UDAS report 2021. Why 2021? Because in that UDAS report only 2021 data was depicted. So for that it's reported that 14.8 lakh schools, 95.07 lakh teachers, and 2652 crore students, including the 22.4 lakh disabled children, they are studying in the school education. So moving further, as one of the major program of the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disability, they have a 28 cross disability early intervention center, and it was a main signal that they are 5 years of the plan for 2021 to 2026. So there is some of the area that they have indicated in the year-wise the data where and when they will open the CTIC centers. So these centers are providing some various and holistic therapies, and they are providing some intervention support to the early childhood care and education. So these are the data. I'm not going to detail. So inclusive classroom in early childhood education, why it is necessary? So inclusive classroom integrate special education support, promoting learning together for all students. These focus abilities enhancing rather teachers' skills and individual students' connections. Diversity and individuality are valued, fostering respect to the empathy. These settings create a supportive environment and meeting every child's needs, because we have the diverse needs children, and so that these are needed. Moving further, why we are making the strategy to foster inclusive classroom in early childhood education. So these are the 5 main points to foster and to make a strategy. The 5 points is identification and early intervention strategy for communication disorder. Second one, providing educators with the necessary skills and knowledge to address the communication disorders children. Inclusive teaching practices and communication focused pedagogies, means we are focusing from the morning, many research paper we are focusing to the AVT, speech therapy and all. So these all focus on the language, as sir also spoke in their presentation. So there is a many of the things to develop the communications and language. So and role of multidisciplinary team as a support to the inclusive education. As a previous paper, Atre madam was also, if we as a team, so it will be help for that. Works as a common challenge faced in the inclusive early childhood education. We have the lots of challenges. So if we want to the foster to the inclusive education, so we should overcome the challenges also. So moving further, some of the review related literature, I'm not going for this because it's only studies, it's a part of the study. So on the basis of the review of literature, some of the research gap is there. So there is many of the research they are supporting to the early childhood education, but they are not have the empirical evidence, as madam was said previously in AVT. Someone asked, you have the Indian data? So she said that no, we have the foreign data. So as also we have the not empirical data. Okay. So the another evidence is that they do not have the specifically addressed localized approach for overcoming cultural stigma, infrastructure challenges, and resources limitations, especially in Indian context, because we have the heterogeneous way. The lack of research on collaborative framework involved parents, educators, and rehabilitation professionals. So these are also these are the gap. Okay, some slow. Okay. Then the study aims to address these gaps by evaluating, I'm not saying that, context to specific strategy for inclusive education with a focus on the diverse needs to the children with a communication disorder. So these are the research gap. On the basis of research gap, we have some need and rationale of the study. So on the basis, rehab professionals are essential in supporting children with communication disorder, particularly during the critical early age. In the critical early age, we know that we discussed the synaptics and all that. So 85% of the brain developing in the early childhood and education on the time. So that also we should know. Challenges and accessing equitable education emphasize the needs for effective strategies, including professional training, multidisciplinary collaboration, and adequate resources. So the study focuses on fostering inclusive early childhood education, addressing these challenges to ensure better outcomes for the children with communication disorder. Moving further, these are the statement of the problem. So these are the objectives, research questions, and hypotheses. There is a 5 objectives for the research question and 1 objective for the hypothesis. I'm not going to read this. It will come in the discussion part. So methodology will be there. So method, a descriptive survey method was followed. And there was a 173 rehab professionals was as a sample of the study. There was a snowball sampling was taken to sample the 173 professionals. There was a EAST tool was used. It means inclusive education strategy test was as a tool used for the collecting the data. It is a participation characteristic. There was 173 as in a previous slide. We see that 173 samples were there. From the 173, 104 and 104 male and 69 female was allocated for the, means they are seen that as a participants. In that there was many of the professionals in the field of the hearing impairment, visual impairment, intellectual disability, audiologists, SLPs, and other disability in terms of the cross disability, multiple disability, autism spectrum disorder, and these all. So these are the characteristics. Tool was used as previously we said that EAST was used, and it was validated with the 10 expertise, including the professors, master trainers. And test retest validity was reliability was used, and Cronbach alpha score was 0.712 and 0.718 was found, and it was reliable. Researcher made test was these are the researcher made tests we have used. Moving further, data analysis. In the data analysis, percentage mean scores, major frequency was used for the analysis the data. And for the hypothesis, we use the one-way ANOVA to analyze the whether field expertise rehab professionals has many impact on their strategy for fostering inclusive early childhood education for children with communication disorder. Result and discussion as a first research objective and research questions. What are the most effective early intervention strategies to addressing children with communication disorder? So for that we prepare the 4 questions to get the data where how they are know and aware with this. So we prepare the MCQs. We are seeing that green color are they have the highly known about that, and but it is not enough. There is a 173 and 116, 134 was giving the answers. It is not much aware, but it is a good. Another discussion was there. I will take only 5 minutes. What are the most effective approaches for the providing the necessary skills and knowledge to address the communication disorder? So for that also we prepared 4 questions, and for the 4 questions, each question has a MCQ, 4 MCQs, and here also we are seeing that data, and according to the data, many of the professionals they know that what are the approach they use for the developing to or addressing to the diverse needs. Moving to the third objectives. There is a what are the effective inclusive teaching practices to communication focused pedagogies enhance the student engagement in the learning outcomes. So for that we prepare the 4 questions. There was a, we can see how can you utilize the residual hearing and a child with a communication disorder, why semicircle seating arrangement is important for the communication disorder, what are the crucial steps identifying communication disorder. So these are the questions we collect from the questions we collect the data, and the data analysis was depicted here. Moving further, there is a 4th one objective and the research question. What are the role of multidisciplinary in the supporting inclusive education as a early childhood? So there was also 4 questions, and for that we collected the data, and according to the data, the green color has given the right answers, and it is not much enough but not much enough. So moving further, there is another one, the objectives. What are the extent the challenge in the inclusive early childhood they face? So for that we also collect the with the 4 questions and the item. Here also we are seeing. I'm not going to discuss. And this is the ANOVA part. It was a hypothesis. The field expertise of the rehabilitation professionals has no impact on their strategies for fostering inclusive early childhood education for children with communication disorder. So we are seeing that p-value of 0.049 is less than the 0.05. So it is a statistically significant difference between group, and it is a significant difference in that rehab professionals' field expertise has a significant impact on their strategies. It is the hypothesis was rejected, but they have the appropriate knowledge for to address the children's. So for that, we are moving to the conclusions. The finding highlights a crucial role in early intervention, comprehensive professional training, effective inclusive teaching practices to support the communication disorders. Data demonstrate that the most rehabilitation professionals understand early interventions and competencies required to address communication disorders. Additionally, the significant impact multidisciplinary collaborate field expertise on fostering inclusive education underscores the importance of the targeted professionals development to underscore allocations. These are the conclusion, but we have some educational implications also. So we should have the continuous professional development. In the data, we've seen that many of the professionals, they have the knowledge, but it was not. For that, continuous professional development is required. Resource allocation is also required. Increase funding and resources. We are facing some funding resources, so it is recommended to increase the funding resources and creating inclusive environment also.
Wind up, please.
Yeah, finish. Policy also educate. So these are the differences. And thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so there will be a poll.
So
Please
I also
see
poll
your WhatsApp.
for me. I will also poll for me.
Yeah, everybody has a right to vote. Constitution of the country gives you
Yes.
that right. Please अपना WhatsApp देखें. Please start. 2 minutes है आपके पास. Please vote.
Please vote to me.
Oh. Next time we'll have that thing also. Talk about yourself and vote. जो भी 5 सवाल है उसको प्लीज देख के कर दीजिए. I have. I'm waiting for the question. सब पहले मैं अपनी पहली बार start?
Yes, ma'am.
जब तक पोल वाले बोलते नहीं, इलेक्शन ऑफिसर प्लेज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल. So, my question to you. The research topic or the research presentation is on the strategies for fostering inclusive early childhood education for children with communication disorders.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And in that, in your conclusion slide, you said and highlighted that early identification और intervention बहुत important है, right?
Yes.
और आपके एक objective भी था जहाँ पे आपने कहा था कि early identification पे आपने questions पूछे थे. So बहुत सारी research studies तो कहती हैं कि early identification और intervention बहुत important है. तो जब बहुत सारी रिसर्च स्टडीज हो चुकी हैं हिंदुस्तान में और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे, then why did you feel a need to do this study?
Ma'am, as a previous paper, we seen that we have the study, but it was not empirical evidence. So I feel that I should also make some survey what extent they know. So for that, I feel that this study is important.
Okay, so I do not agree कि studies available नहीं है. I don't agree कि जहाँ पे AVT के भी जो experts आए थे जिन्होंने कहा था कि Indian studies नहीं है, सिर्फ international studies है. No, I do not agree. International studies हैं, Indian studies भी available हैं. AVT के ऊपर, critical period hypothesis के ऊपर, early identification के ऊपर studies हैं. जो I can understand कि जो आपको study मिली है कि 63% ने ही कहा कि अर्ली आइडेंटिफिकेशन इंपॉर्टेंट है, या होम ट्रेनिंग पे कुछ तो एक सवाल था कि 63% ने कहा, तो कहीं ना कहीं मोर अवेयरनेस इज स्टिल रिक्वायर्ड एट द ग्रास रूट लेवल. दैट कैन बी वो जो गैप है वो गैप तब होगा कंप्लीट जब 100% होगा.
यस, राइट.
ओके, एनी क्वेश्चंस? बैक बेंचर्स, वेट, बैक बेंचर्स, रुक, पहला बैक बेंचर्स. बैक बेंचर्स, आर यू स्लीपिंग? वेरी गुड. तो कोई क्वेश्चन है? नहीं? ओके, फाइन. देन फर्स्ट बेंचर. Yes.
Yes, madam.
Hello. I just wanted to know what strategies were used here.
Yeah,
that's what.
Strategies
Yeah, at least
for
one
fostering.
strategy. At least one strategy you have utilized in your CDI centers.
Actually, I prefer that there was a 5 points. So for the 5 point, I prepared the 5 point, on the basis of 5 point, I prepared the questionnaire. But in that I was mind that there was a teaching strategy, many of the teaching strategy like UDL is there, pair and share is there, and collaborative learning is there, jigsaw learning is there. So these all they know, so these are also in my mind.
Okay. But did you implement it?
It was a survey. It was not a experimental.
It's okay. In Aish, which strategy you are implementing at least?
Yes. For that I put it some questions related to this, whether they are aware to this or not. So that only that it was taking the awareness purpose. Yes.
Actually, the conference's main purpose is which strategies are there implementing at classroom level in all over India. That's what we would like to know. At the conference theme is that is what. But so many papers we have observed here is only survey related researches only. That's what I find it.
But then why title is said that strategies?
Yeah,
why the title is strategies?
Actually, not only the teaching strategy, there is a many of the strategy. To know what are the lacking in the resources and whether they are getting the training. It is also training to foster the inclusive education. Only not the teaching is necessary. There is a many of the. So that I prepared the 5 point to make as a fostering to the communication disorders.
Okay.
Yes.
That is not teaching strategy.
No, I get the one objectives for that. There was a one objectives for that for the teaching strategy. There was a 5 areas. So it was one of the for the teaching strategy. Yes.
Okay. Because you are mentioning early childhood education.
Yes.
That's what, and topic is fostering inclusive educational practices, strategies and frameworks for integrating students with disabilities, children with disabilities in mainstream schools. Is it right? So the strategies need to be mentioned clearly. Okay,
Yes.
that's what my opinion.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Santosh. Any more question?
Yeah.
Sir, in your research survey or whatever, so there was one slide where you were mentioning that you've done a research on the effective intervention strategies for the early childhood years. So I would like to know which strategy was the most effective one as per your survey.
Actually, for the teaching, as madam said that we are focusing on the education. So the education strategy was the most important, and basically I was focused on that only. So teaching strategy, so I suggest that there is a many of the teaching strategy, as I said, the UDL, cooperative learning, jigsaw learning, parents here, these are the many of the strategy to use in the classroom. So they will get the knowledge and they will enhance their knowledge. Yes.
Okay, one last question. Anyone wants to ask?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We move on to the next workshop on the topic Workshop on Selecting the Right Research Methodology by Meera Suresh ma'am. And also, I would like to invite Chair and Co-Chairperson, Professor P. Khan sir and Professor Ashmita Hadar ma'am. The next two workshops are postponed to tomorrow. As we approach to the end of our conference, we will now hold the Lifetime Achievement Award ceremony. Yes, sir.
I request to you, the presenters of
I would
this
request
session.
Ms. Saraswati Sundar ma'am
No,
and Ms.
this one,
Shubhada Burde ma'am.
And this one, no? Aditi and...
Three members, fine.
Two
I request the presenters to come onto the dais to collect the mementos. Mrs. Aditi Atre and Dr. Santosh Yadav.
Yes, Ms. Aditi ma'am and Dr. Santosh sir would come onto the dais.
Kindly be seated. We'll be winding up in some time.
Can we have a round of applause?
this one. Good evening. It gives me great pleasure in announcing the Lifetime Achievement Award for stalwarts in our field. So this year we welcome Saraswati Sundar ma'am and Amitabh Bade ma'am. Please come. One more chair, yeah. They can both sit here. One more chair, no, please. One more chair. Yeah, one more chair, please. NCED India has decided to honor 2 stalwarts per year, and this year we have the great privilege of honoring these 2 stalwarts free. I would like to read the citation of Saraswati Sundar ma'am. Saraswati Sundar ma'am has been an outstanding, passionate teacher at various schools in Mumbai and took voluntary retirement in the year 2009 when she was teaching in AYJ and ISHD. Her extraordinary abilities as a teacher, a treasurer at NCED, and an honorary director at Sri Pachepane School for Hearing Impaired in Puducherry translates into professional excellence. Her dedication towards her work is amply evident through the award presented to her for having achieved 100% pass results in SSLC for the last 12 years in 2019, and other awards and felicitations bestowed to her for Best Institution Award for Department of Social Welfare, Puducherry in 2009, Singapen Award by FM Radio in 2017, Women Achiever Award by Acharya Group of Institutions, Puducherry in 2018, and Women's Achievers Award by Department of Women and Child Development, Puducherry in 2021. She has also presented several papers in NCD conferences and other institutions. This Lifetime Achievement Award is a token of recognition for her outstanding performance, her commendable services in engaging with and promoting standards in the education of the deaf. Thank you, ma'am.
The other award goes to one of my very favorite persons. You know, I always get confused whether to call her Shubda Burde or Amita ma'am or Amita Tai. So she was my past president, and it was a pleasure for me to work under her. It is with great admiration and respect that we present the Lifetime Achievement Award to Mrs. Shubda Burde ma'am in recognition for her extraordinary contributions and unwavering commitment to excellence over the course of her distinguished career in the field of education for the deaf. For 25 years or maybe more, Mrs. Shubda Burde has been a leader in the field playing the role of senior language teacher, lecturer, auditory verbal therapist at different times of her life. Through her passion and hard work, she has not only achieved personal success, but has also uplifted and inspired countless deaf students along the way. From several awards, paper presentations, publications, and her involvement in other activity, Mrs. Burde's work has had an enduring impact on the overall development and education of deaf children. Just to name, the list is endless, but I'll just name a few of the awards that she's got. Best Special Educator Award by Saras Mahila Samaj, Best Teachers Award by Brahman Sabha, Best Teachers Award by Rotary Club of Bombay West, Saraswat Ratna by Paridnayan Group, Excellence Award by Rotary Club of Cuff Parade, and there are number of articles which she has written, and there are so many activities that if I go on, I think the evening will be endless. As we honor Mrs. Shubda ma'am, today we celebrate not only her remarkable achievements, but also her enduring influence on the deaf children and her extraordinary example of what it means to dedicate oneself fully to a lifelong pursuit of excellence. It is with great pride that we bestow the Lifetime Achievement Award upon Shubda Burde and express our deepest gratitude for her invaluable contribution. The evening doesn't end, because to speak of friendship, we have one of her very special friend who has written a very special poem, and not only a poem, she has drawn Amita ma'am's picture, which I'd like to show everybody, which is all hand drawn. And this is by Chaya ma'am, and I would like if she could come and give it to her personally. Amita ma'am is one person in any conference. You know, if we've got any space or if any speaker hasn't come, so ma'am, kya karna hai? Doesn't matter. I'll do the workshop. You know, that's the kind of dedication that we need. And her workshops are remarkable. You know, every time I have learned so much from her, and I'm sure everybody takes back something from her. So not only educationist, achiever, she's an amazing human being. Thank you, ma'am. And Chaya ma'am.
a shelter for hearing impaired, a mother so kind with emotion and care. A harmony you had find, spreading joy and delight with every small deed. A beacon of wisdom, fulfilling each need, your hand turned tears into smile with grace, teaching us discipline, love, and our place. A divine guide with brilliance you shine, forever inspiring a soul so divine. To you, dear Amita Tai, our respect we impart, a pillar of strength close to every heart. Blessings surround you, our heartfelt acclaim. With gratitude, we bow and honor your name.
We would now kindly request NCED team and NCED. That's what I'm. Mic. NC.
We now request both the ma'ams to say a few words to guide us. So, ma'am.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, teachers. I'm really very happy what is happening today. We were not expecting this, but I'm really happy and we are touched. The way it is happening since morning, the way the Telangana chapter and the NCED is respecting and honoring the educators past, people also they honored in the morning, so it's very nice. What I wanted to say is I have received many awards in Pondicherry. It's a small place, but receiving this award in this gathering of teachers who are working, we are all like-minded people who are working in the same field, and you all understand what is teaching the deaf means. So receiving this award in this gathering, and also I have a great respect for Saraswati Narayanasamy madam, and I received the award. She is no more with us, but she is with us with her all her enthusiasm, everything. She was an inspiration, and I received the award from Meera, daughter of Saraswati Narayanasamy madam. I'm very happy for that also. And yeah, we worked very hard initially to revive the NCED initial stages. I was in NCED, I was a treasurer in NCED for quite some time. And the NCED is taken off now. The next generation is taking to the other level. So very nice to see so many teachers have come from all over India to participate in the conference. I congratulate NCED-INDIA and also the Telangana and Andhra Pradesh chapter for conducting the conference, and all the best to all the NCED members and all the teachers. Thank you very much.
I would request NCED, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana chapter team to come onto the dais for the picture.
I'll just take a few minutes, about 5 minutes. I just penned down certain things which I had to say. So, good day to everybody, and thank you very much for this felicitation. It was a huge, grand affair, and it's a great pleasure and honor for me to be with all of you tonight. I want to start by thanking my gurus, my mother, our founder Kundatai Dalvi, Vijutai Bhagwat, who was given the Lifetime Achievement last NCD program, Saroj Tai, and all my past and present colleagues at CSED, at AYJ, where I did my B.Ed, at Hashu Advani College, where I visited quite often, and all my students for this humbling recognition, and of course my family, my better half, for always being there with me as a solid support. Without all of you, nothing is possible. So from the bottom of the left side of my heart, being a science student, the left side of my heart, I thank all of you. And when I first got this call, I thought, what? A lifetime achievement award? This is typically for old people, people whose careers are at the tail end. Why me? I'm still enjoying my passion and will continue till my body, I would say my mind permits. So anyhow, when I reflect back into the various roles and situations I've been through and the people I've had the pleasure to work with, I thought, what was the common thread in all? And so I came up with a particular formula for the success. The 4 basic learnings that I learned. The first was to be passionate. You cannot be successful in anything unless you are passionate about something. And by that, I mean consistently passionate. Not only on the good times, but importantly, on the not so good times, when passionate leadership is needed. I went through good and bad times. There is always something to learn and experience as long as you have the passion to want to keep on going forward and inspire everyone. Inspire others not only to follow you, but to follow their own dreams. The second thing I learned was to care for others. You can never be successful alone. A true leader is the only one that is always open and frank with others and gets the best by developing others to be a leader, by most importantly, one that genuinely cares for others. I want to thank the people whom I worked with throughout time and that have always pushed me to do better every time. Because of that, you not only helped me to be a better leader, but also a better person. The third one was the attitude. To be positive and don't look at the why not or the I can't, but always look into how can I make it happen and find a way to do it. Start a movement and you will definitely get followers, which we have quite a few followers for our Dart group. At last, and not the least, stay true to the real objective of why we all work hard. The true ultimate goal is your extended family, that is your school and your students and your colleagues. So the bottom line is, if you have the passion, if you engage and care for others with the right attitude, and always keep your ultimate objective in mind, you and your family will always be happy. And that is, when you boil it down to the essence, is the ultimate lifetime achievement goal we should all aspire to reach. So be happy, life is good. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm taking this opportunity to say something about both of them, only saying 2 lines of one poem for Saraswati ma'am and Amita tai. तारुण्य तुमच्या हृदयाचे हे असेच बहरत जाओ, तारुण्य तुमच्या हृदयाचे हे असेच बहरत जाओ, वार्धक्य तुमच्या जगण्याला हे असेच विसरत जाओ. आता न तुमचे कुठल्याही जखमेशी देणे घेणे, आता न तुमचे कुठल्याही जखमेशी देणे घेणे, पाऊस तुमच्यावर साऱ्या सौख्याचा आनंदाचा बरसत जाओ. ही सांजन आयुष्याची, ही सांजन आयुष्याची आताच उजाडत आहे, चंद्रमा उमगून गेले सूर्याला समजत राहो. तारुण्य तुमच्या हृदयाचे हे असेच बहरत जाओ, वार्धक्य तुमच्या जगण्याला हे असेच विसरत जाओ, असेच विसरत जाओ. तुमचं मार्गदर्शन आणि तुमच्या काम आमच्याबरोबर सदैव असंच राहील. मनापासून धन्यवाद.
Hello. I'd especially like to thank Mr. Khan for making it so grand. Thank you so much. It means a lot to us.
Thank you to all our speakers, presenters, and participants for making this conference a success. We hope you leave with new insights and connections. Safe travels home, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.